Chapter 36, Part 2 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 36, Part 2. At night sheer exhaustion worked its own cure. He slept soundly, and awoke in the morning revived. He heard from Arnaud that Lady Morville was pretty well, but had not slept, and presently Mrs. Edmonston came in and took pains to make him comfortable, but with an involuntary dryness of manner. She told him his uncle would come to see him as soon as he was up, if he felt equal to talking over some business. Philip's brain reeled with dismay and consternation, for it flashed on him that he was the heir of Redclyffe. He must profit by the death he had caused. He had slain, and he must take possession of the lands which, with loathing and horror, he remembered that he had almost coveted. Nothing more was wanting. There was little consolation in remembering that the inheritance would clear away all difficulties in the way of his marriage. He had sinned. Wealth did not alter his fault, and his spirit could not brook that if spurned in poverty he should be received for his riches. He honoured his aunt for being cold and reserved, and could not bear the idea of seeing his uncle ready to meet him half-way. After the first shock he became anxious to have the meeting over, know the worst, and hear on what ground he stood with Laura. As soon as he was dressed he sent a message to announce he was ready, and lay on the sofa awaiting his uncle's arrival as patiently as he could. Mr. Edmonston, meanwhile, was screwing up his courage. Not that he meant to say a word of Laura. Philip was too unwell to be told his opinion of him. But now he had ceased to rely on his nephew, he began to dread him in his overbearing ways, and besides he had a perfect horror of witnessing agitation. At last he came, and Philip rose to meet him with a feeling of shame and inferiority most new to him. "Don't, I beg," said Mr. Edmonston, with what was meant for dignity. "Lie still. You had much better. My stars, how ill you look!" he exclaimed, startled by Philip's altered face and figure. "You have had a sharpish touch, but you're better, eh?" "Yes, thank you." "Well, I thought I'd better come and speak to you if you felt up to it. Here is I hope it's all right and legal, but you can tell better than I, and you are concerned in it anyhow. Here is poor Guy's will, which we thought you had better look over, if you liked, and felt equal, eh?" "Thank you," said Philip, holding out his hand, but Mr. Edmonston withheld it, trying his patience by an endless quantity of discursive half-sentences, apparently without connection with each other, about disappointment and hopes and being sorry and prospects and its being an unpleasant thing, and best not raise his expectations, during all which time Philip, expecting to hear of Laura, and his heart beating so fast as to renew the sensation of faintness, waited in vain, and strove to gather the meaning and find out whether he was forgiven, almost doubting whether the confusion was in his own mind or in his uncle's words. However, at last the meaning bolted out in one comprehensive sentence when Mr. Edmonston thought he had sufficiently prepared him for his disappointment. "Poor Amy is to be confined in the spring." There Mr. Edmonston stopped short, very much afraid of the effect. But Philip raised himself, his face brightened as if he was greatly relieved, and from his heart he exclaimed, "Thank heaven!" "That's right, that's very well said," answered Mr. Edmonston, very much pleased. "It would be a pity it should go out of the old line after all, and it's a very generous thing in you to say so." "Oh no," said Philip, shrinking into himself at even such praise as this. "Well, well," said his uncle, "you will see he has thought of you, be it how it may. There, I only hope it is right, though it does seem rather queer, appointing poor little Amy executor rather than me. If I had but been here in time, but 'twas heaven's will, and so it does not signify after all if it is not quite formal. We understand each other." The will was on a sheet of letter paper in Arnaud's stiff French handwriting. It was witnessed by the two Mr. Morrises, and signed on the 27th of September, in very frail and feeble characters. Amabel and Markham were the executors, and Amabel was to be sole guardian in case of the birth of a child. If it was a son, 10,000 pounds was left to Philip himself; if not, he was to have all the plate, furniture, etc., of Redclyffe, with the exception of whatever Lady Morville might choose for herself. Philip scarcely regarded the legacy, though it smoothed away his chief difficulties, as more than another of those ill-requited benefits which were weighing him to the earth. He read on to a sentence which reproached him so acutely that he would willingly have hidden from it, as he had done from Guy's countenance. It was the bequest of 5,000 pounds to Elizabeth Wellwood. Sebastian Dixon's debts were to be paid off, 1,000 pounds was left to Mary Ann Dixon, and the rest of the personal property was to be Amabel's. He gave back the paper with only the words, "Thank you." He did not feel as if it was for him to speak, and Mr. Edmonston hesitated, made an attempt at congratulating him, broke down, and asked if it was properly drawn up. He glanced at the beginning and end, said it was quite correct, and laid his head down, as if the examination had been a great deal of trouble. "And what do you think of Amy's being under age?" fidgeted on Mr. Edmonston. "How is she to act, poor dear? Shall I act for her?" "She will soon be of age," said Philip wearily. "In January, poor darling! Who would have thought how it would have been with her? I little thought last May. But, lo, what have I been at?" cried he, jumping up with a great fright, as Philip, so weak as to be overcome by the least agitation, changed countenance, covered his face with his hands, and turned away with a suppressed sob. "I didn't mean it, I'm sure. Here, mamma!" "No, no," said Philip, recovering and sitting up. "Don't call her, I beg. There's nothing the matter." Mr. Edmonston obeyed, but he was too much afraid of causing a renewal of agitation to continue the conversation, and after walking about the room a little while, shaking it more than Philip could well bear, he went away to write his letters. In the meantime Amabel had been spending her morning in the same quiet way as the former day. She wrote part of a letter to Lara, and walked to the graveyard, rather against her mother's wish, but she was so good and obedient it was impossible to thwart her, though Mrs. Edmonston was surprised at her proposal to join her father and Philip at tea. "Do you like it, my dear?" "He told me to take care of him," said Amabel. "I cannot feel he deserves you should worry yourself about him," said Mrs. Edmonston. "If you knew all." "I do know all, mamma, if you mean about Laura. Surely you must forgive. Think how he repents." "What? Have you not had his letter? Then how did you know?" "I learned it from Laura herself. Her trouble at his illness revealed it. Do you say he has written?" "Yes, mamma. He told Guy all about it, and was very sorry, and wrote as soon as he was able. Guy sent you a long message, he was so anxious about it." Amabel showed more eagerness to understand the state of the case than she had about anything else. She urged that Philip should be spoken to as soon as possible, saying the suspense must be grievous, and dwelling on his repentance. Mrs. Edmonston promised to speak to papa, and this satisfied her, but she held her resolution of meeting Philip that evening, looking on him as a charge left her by her husband, and conscious that, as she alone understood how deep was his sorrow, she could make the time spent with her parents less embarrassing. Her presence always soothed him, and regard for her kept her father quiet, so that the evening passed off very well. Mrs. Edmonston waited on both, and in Amy's presence was better able to resume her usual manner toward her nephew, and he sat wondering at the placidity of Amy's pale face. Her hair was smoothed back, and she wore a cap, the loss of her long shady curls helping to mark the change from the bright days of her girlhood; but the mournfulness of her countenance did not mar the purity and serenity that had always been its greatest characteristic, and in the faint sweet smile with which she received a kind word or attention, there was a likeness to that peculiar and beautiful expression of her husband's, so as, in spite of the great difference of feature and colouring, to give her resemblance to him. All this day had been spent by Mr. Edmonstone in a fret to get away from Requara, and his wife was hardly less desirous to leave it than himself, for she could have no peace or comfort about Amabel till she had her safely at home. Still she dreaded proposing the departure, and even more the departure itself, and in spite of Mr. Edmonstone's impatience, she let her alone till she had her morning. But when, after 2 days of hard work, Anne had nearly managed to complete it, she made up her mind to tell her daughter that they ought to set out. Amabel replied by mentioning Philip. She deemed him a sort of trust, and had been reposing in the thought of making him a reason for lingering in the scene where the brightness of her life had departed from her. Mrs. Edmonstone would not allow that she ought to remain for his sake, and told her it was her duty to resolve to leave the place. She said yes, but for him, and it ended in Mrs. Edmonstone going, without telling her, to inform him that she thought Amy ought to be at home as soon as possible, but that it was difficult to prevail on her, because she thought him as not yet well enough to be left. He was of course shocked at being thus considered, and as soon as he next saw Amabel, told her with great earnestness that he could not bear to see her remaining there on his account, that he was almost well and meant to leave Requara very soon. The journey was very easy, the sea voyage would be the best thing for him, and he should be glad to get to the regimental doctor at Corfu. Amabel sighed, and knew she ought to be convinced. The very pain it gave her to lose sight of that green grave, the chestnut tree, and the white mountain, to leave the rooms and passages which still to her ears were haunted by Guy's hushed step and voice, and to part with the window where she used each wakeful night to retrace his profile, as he stood pausing before her telling her of his exceeding happiness. That very pain made her think that opposition would be selfish. She must go some time or other, and it was foolish to defer the struggle. She must not detain her parents in an infected place, nor keep her mother from Charles. She therefore consented, and let them do what they pleased, only insisting on Arnaud's being left with Philip. Philip did not think this necessary, but yielded when she urged it as a relief to her own mind, and Arnaud, though unwilling, and used to his own way, could make no objection when she asked it as a personal favour. Arnaud was, at his own earnest wish, to continue in her service, and as soon as Philip was able to embark, was to follow her to Holywell. All this time nothing passed about Laura. Amabel asked several times whether papa had spoken, but was always answered, "Not yet," and at last Mrs. Edmonstone, after vainly trying to persuade him, was obliged to give it up. The truth was he could not begin. He was afraid of his nephew, and so unused to assume superiority over him that he did not know what to do, and found all kinds of reasons for avoiding the embarrassing scene. Since Philip still must be dealt with cautiously, better not enter on the subject at all. When reminded that the suspense was worse than anything, he said no one could tell how things would turn out, and grew angry with his wife for wishing him to make up a shameful affair like that when poor Guy had not been dead a week, and he had been the death of him. But it was just like mamma, she always spoiled him. He had a great mind to vow never to consent to his daughter marrying such an overbearing, pragmatical fellow. She ought to be ashamed of even thinking of him, when he was no better than her brother's murderer. After this tirade Mrs. Edmonstone might well feel obliged to tell Amabel that papa must not be pressed any further, and of course if he would not speak, she could not, nor did she wish it. "Then, mamma," said Amabel, with an air of decision that had lately grown on her, "I must tell him. I beg your pardon," she added imploringly, "but indeed I must. It is hard on him not to hear that you had not had his letter, and that Laura has told. I know Guy would wish me, so don't be displeased, dear mamma." "I can't be displeased with anything you do." "And you give me leave?" "To be sure I do. Leave to do anything but hurt yourself." "And would it be wrong for me to offer to write to him? No one else will, and it will be sad for him not to hear. It cannot be wrong, can it?" said she, as the fingers of her right hand squeezed her wedding ring, a habit she had taken up of late. "Certainly not, my poor darling. Do just as you think fit. I am sorry for him, for I am sure he is in great trouble, and I should like him to be comforted." if he can. But, Amy, you must not ask me to do it. He has disappointed me too much." Then Mrs. Edmonston left the room in tears. Amabel went up to the window, looked long at the chestnut tree, then up into the sky, sat down and leaned her forehead on her hand in meditation, until she rose up, cheered and sustained as if she had been holding counsel with her husband. She did not overestimate Philip's sufferings from suspense and anxiety. He had not heard a word of Laura, how she had borne his illness, nor how much displeasure his confession had brought upon her. Nor could he learn what hope there was that his repentance was accepted. He did not venture to ask, for after engaging to leave all to them, could he intrude his own concerns on them at such a time? It was but a 12-month since he had saddened and shadowed Guy's short life and love with the very suffering from uncertainty that he had found so hard to bear. As he remembered this, he had a sort of fierce satisfaction in enduring this retributive justice, though there were moods when he felt the torture so acutely that it seemed to him as if his brain would turn if he saw them depart, and was left behind to this distracting doubt. The day had come on which they were to take their first stage as far as Vicenza, and his last hopes were fading. He tried to lose the sense of misery by bestirring himself in the preparations, but he was too weak, and Mrs. Edmonston, insisting on his attempting no more, sent him back to his own sitting-room. Presently there was a knock, and in came Amabel, dressed for the first time in her weeds, the blackness and width of her sweeping crape making her young face look smaller and paler, while she held in her hand some leaves of chestnut that showed where she had been. She smiled a little as she came in, saying, "I am come to you for a little quiet, out of the bustle of packing up. I want you to do something for me." "Anything for you? It is what you will like to do," said she with that smile, "for it is more for him than for me. Could you, without teasing yourself, put that into Latin for me by and by? I think it should be in Latin, as it is in a foreign country." She gave him a paper in her own writing. "Guy Morville, of Redclyffe, England, died the eve of St. Michael and all angels, 18 , aged 21 1/2. I believe in the communion of saints." "Will you be so kind as to give it to Arnaud when it is done?" she continued. "He will send it to the man who's making the cross. I think the kind people here will respect it." "Yes," said Philip, "as soon as it is done, and thank you for letting me do it. But, Amy, I would not alter your choice, yet there is one that seems to me more applicable. 'Greater love hath no man.'" "I know what you mean," said Amy, "but that has so high a meaning that he could not bear it to be applied to him." "Or rather, what right have I to quote it?" said Philip bitterly. "His friend! No, Amy, you should rather choose. 'If thine enemy thirst, give him drink, for in doing so thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head.' I'm sure they're burning on mine." And he pressed his hand on his forehead. "Don't say such things. We both know that at the worst of times he looked on you as a sincere friend." Philip groaned, and she thought it best to go on to something else. "I like this best," she said. "It will be nice to think of far away. I should like, too, for these Italians to see the stranger has the same creed as themselves." After a moment's pause, during which he looked at the paper, he said, "Amy, I have one thing to ask of you. Will you write my name in the prayer book?" "That I will," said she, and Philip drew it from under the sofa cushion, and began putting together his pocket gold pen. While he was doing this, she said, "Will you write to me sometimes? I shall be so anxious to know how you get on." "Yes, thank you," said he with a sigh, as if he would fain have said more. She paused, then said abruptly, "Do you know they never had your letter?" "Ha! Good heavens!" cried he, starting up in consternation. "Then they don't know it!" "They do. Sit down, Philip, and hear. I want to tell you all about it. They know it." Poor Laura was so unhappy when you were ill that mamma made it out from her." He obeyed the hand that invited him back to his seat, and turned his face earnestly towards her. He must let her be his comforter, though a moment before his mind would have revolted at troubling the newly made widow with his love affairs. Amabel told him, as fully and clearly as she could, how the truth had come out, how gently Laura had been dealt with, how Charles had been trying to soften his father, and papa had not said one angry word to her. "They forgive her! Oh, Amy, thanks indeed! You have taken away one of the heaviest burdens. I am glad indeed that she spoke first. For my own part, I see through all their kindness and consideration how they regard me." "They know how sorry you are, and that you wrote to tell all," said Amabel. "They forgive you, indeed they do, but they cannot bear to speak about it just yet." "If you forgive, Amy," he said in a husky voice, "I may hope for pardon from any." "Hush! Don't say that. You have been so kind all this time, and we have felt all together so much, that no one could help forgetting anything that went before." "Then you will write to me, and you will tell me how to direct to you?" "You will write to me?" cried Philip, brightening for a moment with glad surprise. "Oh, Amy, you will quite overpower me with your goodness. The coals of fire!" he finished, sinking his voice and pressing his hand to his brow. "You must not speak so, Philip." Then looking at him, "Is your head aching?" "Not so much aching as—" He paused and exclaimed, as if carried away in spite of himself, "almost bursting with the thoughts of you, Amy, of him whom I knew too late, wilfully misunderstood, envied, persecuted, who— Oh, Amy, Amy, if you could guess at the anguish of but one of my thoughts, you would know what the first murderer meant when he said, 'My punishment is greater than I can bear.'" "I can't say I don't think," said Amy, in her sweet calm tone, "for I have seen how happy repentance made him. But I know it must be dreadful. I suppose the worse it is at the time, the better it must be afterwards. And I am sure this prayer book," she had her hand on it all the time, as if it was a pleasure to her to touch it again, "must be a comfort to you. Did you not see that he made me give it to you to use that day, when, if ever, there was pardon and peace?" "I remember," said Philip in a low, grave, heartfelt tone; and as she took the pen and was writing his name below the old inscription, he added, "And the date, Amy, and yes," as he saw her write, "from G. M. But put from A. F. M. too. Thank you. One thing more." He hesitated and spoke very low. "You must write in it what you said when you came to fetch me that day. A broken—" As she finished writing, Mrs. Edmonston came in. "My Amy, all is ready. We must go. Good bye, Philip," said she, in a tone of one so eager for departure as to fancy farewells would hasten it. However, she was not more eager than Mr. Edmonston, who rushed in to hurry them on, shaking hands cordially with Philip and telling him to make haste and recover his good looks. Amabel held out her hand. She would fain have said something cheering, but the power failed her. A deep colour came into her cheeks. She drew her thick black veil over her face and turned away. Philip came down stairs with them, saw her enter the carriage followed by her mother, Mr. Edmonston outside. He remembered the gay smile with which he last saw her seated in that carriage, and the active figure that had sprung up after her. He thought of the kind bright eyes that had pleaded with him for the last time, and recollected the suspicions and the pride with which he had plumed himself on his rejection and thrown away the last chance. Should he ever see Amabel again? He groaned and went back to the deserted rooms. End of chapter 36. Part 2. Chapter 37 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 37. And see if aught of sprightly, fresh, or free, with the calm sweetness may compare of the pale form half slumbering there. Therefore this dear one, couch about we linger hour by hour, the love that each to each we bear, all treasures of enduring care, into her lap we pour. Lyra Innocentum. The brother and sisters, left at home together, had been a very sad and silent party, unable to attempt comforting each other. Charlotte's grief was wild and ungovernable, breaking out into fits of sobbing, and attending to nothing, till she was abashed first by a reproof from Mr. Ross, and next by the description of Amabel's conduct, when she grew ashamed and set herself to atone, by double care, for her neglect of Charles's comforts. Charles, however, wanted her little. He had rather be let alone. After one exclamation of "My poor Amy," he said not a word of lamentation, but lay hour after hour without speaking, dwelling on the happy days he had spent with Guy, companion, friend, brother, the first beam that had brightened his existence, and taught him to make it no longer cheerless, musing on the brilliant promise that had been cut off, remembering his hopes for his most beloved sister, and feeling his sorrow with imagining hers. It was his first grief, and a very deep one. He seemed to have no comfort but in Mr. Ross, who contrived to come to him every day, and would tell him how fully he shared his affection and admiration for Guy, how he had marvelled at his whole character, as it had shown itself more especially at the time of his marriage, when his chastened temper had been the more remarkable in so young a man, with the world opening on him so brightly. As to the promise lost, that indeed Mr. Ross owned, and pleased Charles by saying how he had hoped to watch its fulfilment; but he spoke of its having been, in truth, no blight, only that those fair blossoms were removed where nothing could check their full development or mar their beauty. The hope in earthly furrows sown would ripen in the sky. Charles groaned, saying it was hard not to see it, and they might speak as they would, but that would not comfort him in thinking of his sister. What was his sorrow to hers? But Mr. Ross had strong trust in Amabel's depth and calm resignation. He said her spirit of yielding would support her, that as in drowning or falling struggling is fatal, when quietness saves, so it would be with her, and that even in this greatest of trials she would rise instead of being crushed, with all that was good and beautiful in her purified and refined. Charles heard, strove to believe and be consoled, and brought out his letters, trying, with voice breaking down, to show Mr. Ross how truly he had judged of Amy, then listened with a kind of pleasure to the reports of the homely but touching laments of all the village. Laura did not, like her brother and sister, seek for consolation from Mr. Ross or Mary. She went her own way, saying little, fulfilling her household cares, writing all the letters that nobody else would write, providing for Charles' ease, and looking thoroughly cast down and wretched, but saying nothing, conscious that her brother and sister did not believe her affection for Guy equal to theirs, and Charles was too much dejected, and too much displeased with Philip, to try to console her. It was a relief to hear at length that the travellers had landed and would be at home in the evening. Not till late, wrote Mrs. Edmonston, because she thought it best for Amabel to go at once to her own room, her own old room, for she particularly wished not to be moved from it. The evening had long closed in. Poor Bustle had been shut up in Charlotte's room, and the three sat together round the fire, unable to guess how they should meet her, and thinking how lately they had been looking forward to greeting their bride, as they used proudly to call her. Charles dwelt on that talk on the green, and his "When shall we three meet again?" and spoke not a word. Laura tried to read, and Charlotte heard false alarms of wheels. But all were so still that when the wheels really came, They were heard all down the turnpike road and along the lane before they sounded on the gravel drive. Laura and Charlotte ran to the hall. Charles reached his crutches, but his hands shook so much that he could not adjust them, and was obliged to sit down, rising the next minute as the black figures entered together. Amy's sweet face was pressed to his, but neither spoke. That agitated "My dear, dear Charlie!" was his mother's, as she threw her arms around him, with redoubled kisses and streaming tears, and there was a trembling tone in his father's "Well, Charlie boy, how have you got on without us?" They sat down, Charles with his sister beside him, and holding a hand steadier than his own, but hot and feverish to the touch. He leant forward to look at her face, and, as if in answer, she turned it on him. It was the old face, paler and thinner, and the eyelids had a hard reddened look from want of sleep. But Charles, like his mother at first, was almost awed by the melancholy serenity of the expression. "Have you been quite well?" she asked, in a voice which sounded strangely familiar in its fond low tones. "Yes, quite." There was a pause, followed by an interchange of question and answer between the others on the journey, and on various little home circumstances. Presently Mrs. Edmonston said Amy had better come up stairs. "I have not seen Bustle," said Amy, looking at Charlotte. "He is in my room," faltered Charlotte. "I should like to see him." Charlotte hastened away, glad to wipe her tears when outside the door. Poor Bustle had been watching for his master ever since his departure, and hearing the sounds of arrival was wild to escape his prison. He rushed out the moment the door was open, and was scratching to be let into the drawing-room before Charlotte could come up with him. He dashed in, laid his head on Amabel's knee, and wagged his tail for welcome, gave the same greeting to Mr. and Mrs. Edmonston, but only for a moment, for he ran restlessly seeking round the room, came to the door, and by his wistful looks made Charlotte let him out. She followed him, and dropping on her knees as soon as she was outside, pressed her forehead to his glossy black head, whispered that it was of no use, he would never come back. The dog burst from her, and the next moment was smelling and wagging his tail at a portmanteau, which he knew as well as she did, and she could hardly refrain from a great outburst of sobbing as she thought with what joy its arrival had hitherto been. Suddenly Bustle bounded away, and as Charlotte stood trying to compose herself enough to return to the drawing-room, she heard the poor fellow whining to be let in at Guy's bedroom door. At the same time the drawing-room door opened, and anxious that Amy should neither see nor hear him, she ran after him, admitted him, and shut herself in with him in the dark, where, with her hands in his long silky curls, and sitting on the ground, she sobbed over him as long as he would submit to her caresses. Amabel meantime returned to her room, and looked round on its well-known aspect with a sad smile, as she thought of the prayer with which she had quitted it on her bridal day, and did not feel as if it had been unanswered, for surely the hand of a Father had been with her to support her through her great affliction. Though she said she was very well, her mother made her go to bed at once, and Laura attended on her with a sort of frightened, respectful tenderness, hardly able to bear her looks of gratitude. The first time the two sisters were alone, Amabel said, "Philip is much better." Laura, who was setting some things on the table, started back and coloured. Then, unable to resist the desire of hearing of him, looked earnestly at her sister. "He is gone to Corfu," continued Amabel. "He only kept Arnaud 3 days after we were gone, and Arnaud overtook us at Geneva, saying his strength had improved wonderfully. Will you give me my basket? I should like to read you a piece of note he sent me." Laura brought it, and Amabel, holding her hand, looked up at her face, which she vainly tried to keep in order. "Dearest, I have been very sorry for you, and so has Guy." "Amy!" and Laura found herself giving way to her tears in spite of all her previous exhortations to Charlotte about self-control. "My own sister!" To have Amy at home was an unspeakable comfort. "Papa and mamma were both as kind as possible to Philip," continued Amabel, "but they could not bear to enter on that, so I told him you had told all, and he was very glad." "He was not displeased at my betraying him?" exclaimed Laura. "Oh no, he was glad. He said it was a great relief, for he was very anxious about you, Laura." "He has been so kind to me," said Amabel so earnestly, that Laura received another comfort, that of knowing that her sister's indignation against him had all passed by. "Now I will read you what he says. You see his writing is quite itself again." But Laura observed that Amabel only held towards her the Lady Moraville on the outside, keeping the note to herself and reading. "I have continued to gain strength since you went, so that there is no further need of detaining Arnaud. I have twice been out of doors, and am convinced that I am equal to the journey. Indeed, it is hardly possible for me to endure remaining here any longer." She read no more, but folded it up, saying, "I had rather no one see the rest. He makes himself so unhappy about that unfortunate going to Sondrio, that he says what is only painful to hear. I am glad he is able to join his regiment, for a change will be the best thing for him." She laid her head on the pillow as if she had done with the subject, and Laura did not venture to pursue it, but went down to hear her mother's account of her. Mrs. Edmonston was feeling it a great comfort to have her son to talk to again, and availed herself of it to tell him of Philip while Laura was absent, and then to return to speak of Amy on Laura's re-entrance. She said all through the journey Amy had been as passive and tranquil as possible, chiefly leaning back in the carriage in silence, excepting that when they finally left the view of the snowy mountains, she gazed after them as long as the least faint cloud-like summit was visible. Still she could not sleep, except that now and then she dozed a little in the carriage, but at night she heard every hour strike in turn, and lay awake through all, nor had she shed one tear since her mother had joined her. Mrs. Edmonston's anxiety was very great, for she said she knew Amy must pay for that unnatural calmness, and the longer it was before it broke down, the worse it would be for her. However, she was at home, that was one thing to be thankful for, and happen what might, it could not be as distressing as if it had been abroad. Another night of calm unrest, and Amabel rose in the morning at her usual hour to put on the garments of her widowhood, where she had last stood as a bride. Charles was actually startled by her entering the dressing-room, just as she used to do before breakfast, to read with him, and her voice was as steady as ever. She breakfasted with the family, and came up afterwards with Laura to unpack her dressing-case, and take out the little treasures that she and her husband had enjoyed buying in the continental towns as presents for the home party. All this, for which she had previously prepared herself, she underwent as quietly as possible, but something unexpected came on her. Charlotte, trying to pet and comfort her in every possible way, brought in all the best flowers still lingering in the garden, and among them a last blossom of the noisette rose, the same of which Guy had been twisting a spray while he first told her of his love. It was too much. It recalled his perfect health and vigour, his light activity and enjoyment of life, and something came on her of the sensation we feel for an insect, one moment full of joyous vitality, the next crushed and still. She had hitherto thought of his feverish thirst and fainting weariness being at rest, and felt the relief, or else followed his spirit to its repose and rejoiced. But now the whole scene brought back what he once was, his youthful agile frame, his eyes dancing in light, his bounding step, his gay whistle, the strong hand that had upheld her on the precipice, the sure foot that had carried aid to the drowning sailors, the arm that was to have been her stay for life, all came on her in contrast with death. The thought swept over her, carrying away every other, and she burst into tears. The tears would have their course, she could not restrain them when once they began, and her struggles to check them only brought an increase of them. Her sobs grew so violent that Laura, much alarmed, made a sign to Charlotte to fetch her mother, and Mrs. Edmonston, coming in haste, found it was indeed the beginning of a frightful hysterical attack. The bodily frame had been overwrought to obey the mental firmness and composure, and now nature asserted her rights. The hysterics returned again and again, and when it seemed as if exhaustion had at length produced quiet, the opening of a door, or a sound in the distance, would renew all again. It was not till night had closed in that Mrs. Edmonston was at all satisfied about her, and had at length the comfort of seeing her fall into a sound, deep sleep. Such an unbroken, dreamless sleep as had scarcely visited her since she first went to Requara. Even this sleep did not restore her. She became very unwell, and both Dr. Mayerne and her mother insisted on her avoiding the least exertion or agitation. She was quite submissive, only begging earnestly to be allowed to see Mr. Ross, saying she knew it would do her good rather than harm, and promising to let him leave her the instant she found it too much for her. And though Mrs. Edmonston was reluctant and afraid, they agreed that as she was so reasonable and docile, she ought to be allowed to judge for herself. She begged that he might come after church on All Saints' Day. He came, and after his first greeting of peace Mrs. Edmonston signed to him to read at once instead of speaking to her. The beautiful lesson for the day overcame Mrs. Edmonston so much that she was obliged to go out of Amabel's sight. But as the words were read, Amy's face recovered more the serenity that had been swept away by the sight of the flowers. Peace had returned, and when the calm every-day words of the service were over, she held out her hand to Mr. Ross and said, "Thank you, that was very nice. Now talk to me." It was a difficult request, but Mr. Ross understood her, and talked to her as she sought, in a gentle, deep, high strain of hope and faith, very calm and soothing, and with a fatherly kindness that was very pleasant from him who had baptized her, taught her, and whom she had last seen blessing her and her husband. It ended by her looking up to him when it was time for him to go, and saying, "Thank you. You will come again when you have time, I hope. My love to dear Mary. I should like to see her soon, but I knew you would do me more good than anybody, and know better how it feels." Mr. Ross knew she meant that he must better understand her loss because he was a widower, and was greatly touched, though he only answered by a blessing, a farewell, and a promise to come very soon to see her again. Amabel was right. The peace which he had recalled, and the power of resignation that had returned, had a better effect on her than all her mother's precautions. She began to improve, and in a few days was more able to leave her bed, and lie on the sofa in the dressing-room, though she was still so weak and languid that this was as much as she could attempt. Any exertion was to be carefully guarded against, and her tears now flowed so easily that she was obliged to keep a check on them, lest they might again overpower her. Mr. Ross came again and again, and she was able to tell him much of the grounds for her great happiness in Guy, hear how entirely he had understood him, and be assured that she had done right, and had not taken an undue responsibility on herself by the argument she had used to summon Philip that last evening. She had begun to make herself uneasy about this, for she said she believed she was thinking of nothing but Guy, and had acted on impulse. She was very glad Mr. Ross did not think it wrong, while Mr. Ross meanwhile was thinking how fears and repentance mingle with the purest, sweetest, holiest deeds. She was able now to take pleasure in seeing Mary Ross, wrote to Philip at Corfu, and sent for Markham to begin to settle the executor's business. Poor Markham! The Edmonstons thought he looked 10 years older when he arrived, and after his inquiry for Lady Morville, his grunt almost amounted to a sob. The first thing he did was to give Mrs. Edmonston a note, and a little box sent from Mrs. Ashford. The note was to say that Mrs. Ashford had intended for her wedding present a little cross made out of part of the wood of the wreck, which she now thought best to send to Mrs. Edmonston, that she might judge whether Lady Morville would like to see it. Mrs. Edmonston's judgment was to carry it at once to Amabel, and she was right, for the pleasure she took in it was indescribable. She fondled it, set it up by her on her little table, made Charlotte put it in different places that she might see what point of view suited it best, and had it given back to her, held it in her hands caressingly, and said she must write at once to Mrs. Ashford to thank her for her understanding her so well. There was scarcely one of the mourners to be pitied more than Markham, for the love he had set on Sir Guy had been intense, compounded of feudal affection, devoted admiration, and paternal care; and that he, the very flower of the whole race, should thus have been cut down in the full blossom of his youth and hopes, was almost more than the old man could bear or understand. It was a great sorrow too that he should be buried so far away from his forefathers, and the hearing it was by his own desire did not satisfy him. He sighed over it still, and seemed to derive a shade of comfort only when he was told there was to be a tablet in Redcliffe church to the memory of Guy, 6th Baronet. In the evening Markham became very confidential with Charles, telling him about the grievous mourning and lamentation at Redcliffe, when the bells had rung a knell instead of greeting the young master and his bride, and how there was scarcely one in the parish that did not feel as if they had lost a son or a brother. He told more and more of Guy's excellence, and talked of fears of his own, especially last Christmas, that the boy was too unlike other people, too good to live, and lastly he indulged in a little abuse of Captain Morville, which did Charles' heart good. At the same time it amused him to think how Markham would recollect it when he came to hear of Laura's engagement. In the course of the next day Markham had his conference with Lady Morville in the dressing-room, and brought her 2 or 3 precious parcels which he would not for the world have given into any other hands. He could hardly bear to look at her in her widow's cap, and behaved to her with a manner varying between his deference and respect for the lady of Redcliffe, and his fatherly fondness for the wife of his boy. As to her legal powers, he would have thought them foolishly bestowed if they had been conferred by any one save his own Sir Guy, and he began by not much liking to act with her. But he found her so clear-headed that he was much surprised to find a woman could have so much good sense, and began to look forward with some satisfaction to being her prime minister. They understood each other very well. Amabel's good sense and way of attending to the one matter in hand kept her from puzzling and alarming herself by thinking she had more to do than she could ever understand or accomplish. She knew it was Guy's work, and a charge he had given her, a great proof of his confidence, and she did all that was required of her very well, so that matters were put in train to be completed when she should be of age, in the course of next January. When Markham left her she was glad to be alone, and to open her parcels. There was nothing here to make her hysterical, for she was going to contemplate the living soul, and felt almost as if it was again being alone with her husband. There were his most prized and used books, covered with marks and written notes. There was Laura's drawing of Sintram, which had lived with him in his rooms at Oxford. There was a roll of music, and there was his desk. The first thing when she opened it was a rough piece of spar, wrapped in paper, on which was written M.A.D. September 18. She remembered what he had told her of little Marianne's gift. The next thing made her heart thrill, for it was a slip of pencilling in her own writing. Little things on little wings bear little souls to heaven. Her own letters tied up together, those few that she had written in the short time they were separated just before their marriage. Could that be only 6 months ago? A great bundle of Charles and Mrs. Edmonston's. Those she might like to read another time, but not now. Many other papers, letters, signed S. B. Dixon, which she threw aside, notes of lectures and memoranda, only precious for the handwriting. But when she came to the lower division she found it full of verses, almost all the poetry he had ever written. There were the classical translations that used to make him inaccurate, a scrap of very boyish epic about King Arthur beginning with a storm at Tintagel, sundry half-ballads, the verses he was suspected of and would never show that first summer at Holywell, and a very touching vision of his fair young mother. Except a translation or two, some words written to suit their favourite airs, a thing that used to seem to come to him as easily as singing to a bird, and a few lively mock heroic accounts of walks or parties which had all been public property, there was no more that she could believe to have been composed till last year, for he was more disposed to versify in sorrow than in joy. There were a good many written during his loneliness, for his reflections had a tendency to flow into verse, and pouring them out had thus been a great solace. The lines were often imperfect and irregular, but not one that was not deep, pure, and genuine, and here and there scattered with passages of exquisite beauty and harmony, and full of power and grace. No one could have looked at them without owning in them the marks of a thorough poet, but this was not what the wife was seeking, and when she perceived it, though it made her face beam with a sort of satisfied pride, it was a secondary thing. She was studying not his intellect, but his soul. She did not care whether he would have been a poet. What she looked for was the record of sufferings and struggles of the sad 6 months when his character was established, strengthened, and settled. She found it. There was much to which she alone had the clue, too deep and too obscurely hinted to be understood at a glance. She met with such evidence of suffering as made her shudder and weep, tokens of the dark thoughts that had gathered round him, of the manful spirit of penitence and patience that had been his stay, and of the gleams that had lighted his darkest hours, and showed that he had never been quite forsaken. Now and then came a reference which brought home what he had told her, how the thought of his Verena had cheered him when he dared not hope she would be restored. Best of all were the lines written when the radiance of Christmas was once for all dispersing the gloom, and the vision opening on him, which he was now realizing. In reading them she felt the same marvellous sympathy of subdued wondering joy in the victory of which she had partaken as she knelt beside his death-bed. These were the last. He had been too happy for poetry, except 1 or 2 scraps in Switzerland, and these had been hers from the time she had detected them. No wonder Amabel almost lived on those papers. It would not be too much to say she was very happy in her own way when alone with them, the desk on a chair by her sofa. They were too sacred for any one else. She did not for many weeks show one even to her mother, but to her they were like a renewal of his presence, soothing the craving after him that had been growing on her ever since the first few days when his sustaining power had not passed away. As she sorted them and made out their dates, finding fresh stores of meaning at each fresh perusal, she learnt through them, as well as through her own trials so patiently borne, to enter into his character even more fully than when he was in her sight. Mrs. Edmonston, who had at first been inclined to dread her constant dwelling on them, soon perceived that they were her great aids through this sad winter. She had much pleasure in receiving the portrait which was sent her by Mr. Sheen. It was a day or two before she could resolve to look at it, or feel she could do so calmly. It was an unfinished sketch, taken more with a view to the future picture than to the likeness. But Guy's was a face to be better represented by being somewhat idealized than by copying merely the material form of the features. An ordinary artist might have made him like a Morville, but Mr. Sheen had shown all that art could convey of his individual self, with almost one of his unearthly looks. The beautiful eyes with somewhat of their peculiar lightsomeness, the flexible look of the lip, the upward pose of the head, the set of that lock of hair that used to wave in the wind, the animated position, just ready for a start, as Charles used to call it, were all recalled as far as was in the power of chalk and crayon, but so as to remind Amabel of him more as one belonging to heaven than to earth. The picture used to be on her mantel-shelf at night, the shipwreck cross before it, and Sintram and Redclyffe on each side, and she brought it into the dressing-room with her in the morning, setting it up opposite to the sofa before settling herself. Her days were much alike. She felt far from well or capable of exertion, and was glad it was thought right to keep her entirely up stairs. She only wished to spare her mother anxiety by being submissive to her care, in case these cares should be the last for her. She did not dwell on the future, nor ask herself whether she looked for life or death. Guy had bidden her not desire the last, and she believed she could not form a wish, but there was repose to her in the belief that she ought not to conceal from herself that there was more than ordinary risk, and that it was right to complete all her affairs in this world, and she was silent when her mother tried to interest her in prospects that might cheer her, as if afraid to fasten on them, and finding more peace in entire submission than in feeding herself on the hope that must be coupled with fear. Christmas Day was not allowed to pass without being a festival for her in her own quiet room, where she lay full of musings on his lonely Christmas night last year, his verses folded among her precious books, and the real joy of the season more within her grasp than in the turmoil of last year. She was not afraid now to let herself fancy his voice in the angel's song, and the rainbow was shining on her cloud. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 38. The coldness from my heart is gone, but still the weight is there, and thoughts which I abhor will come, to tempt me to despair. Southey. Amabel's one anxiety was for Philip. For a long time nothing was heard of him at Holywell, and she began to fear that he might have been less fit to take care of himself than he had persuaded her to believe. When at length tidings reached them, it was through the De Courcys. Poor Morville, wrote Maurice, had been carried ashore at Corfu, in the stupor of a second attack of fever. He had been in extreme danger for some time, and though now on the mend, was still unable to give any account of himself. In effect, it was a relapse of the former disease, chiefly affecting the brain, and his impatience to leave Raquara and free himself from Arnaud had been a symptom of its approach, though it fortunately did not absolutely overpower him till after he had embarked for Corfu, and was in the way to be tended with the greatest solicitude. Long after the fever was subdued, and his strength returning, his mind was astray, and even when torturing delusions seized and he resumed the perception of surrounding objects, memory and reflection wavered in dizzy confusion, more distressing than either his bodily weakness or the perpetual pain in his head which no remedy could relieve. The first state to which he could afterwards recur, though for more than a week he had apparently been fully himself, was a time when he was sitting in an easy-chair by the window, obliged to avert his heavy eyes from the dazzling waters of Corcriran Bay, where Ulysses' transformed ship gleamed in the sunshine, and the purple hills of Albania sloped upwards in the distance. James Thorndale was, as usual, with him, and was explaining that there had been a consultation between the doctor and the colonel, and they had decided that as there was not much chance of restoring his health in that climate in the spring. "Spring!" he interrupted, with surprise and eagerness. "Is it spring?" "Hardly, except that there is no winter here. This is the 8th of January." He let his head fall on his hand again, and listened with indifference when told he was to be sent to England at once under the care of his servant Bolton, and Mr. Thorndale himself, who was resolved to see him safe in his sister's hands. He made no objection. He had become used to be passive, and one place was much the same to him as another, so he merely assented without a question about the arrangements. Presently, however, he looked up and inquired for his letters. Though he had done so before, the request had always been evaded, until now he spoke in a manner which decided his friend on giving him all except one with broad black edges and broadstone postmark, the effect of which, it was thought, might be very injurious to his shattered nerves and spirits. However, he turned over the other letters without interest, just glancing languidly through them, looked disappointed, and exclaimed, "None from Holywell? Has nothing been heard from them? Thorndale, I insist on knowing whether De Courcy has heard anything of Lady Morville." "He has heard of her arrival in England." "My sister mentions that, more than 2 months ago. I can hardly believe she has not written if she was able. She promised, yet how can I expect—" Then interrupting himself, he added authoritatively, "Thorndale, is there no letter for me? I see there is. Let me have it." His friend could not but comply, and had no reason to regret having done so, for having read it twice, though he sighed deeply and the tears were in his eyes, he was more calm and less oppressed than he had been at any time since his arrival in Corfu. He was unable to write, but Colonel Dean had undertaken to write to Mrs. Henley to announce his coming, and as the cause of his silence must be known at Holywell, he resolved to let Amabel's letter wait for a reply till his arrival in England. It was on a chilly day in February that Mrs. Henley drove to the station to meet her brother, looking forward with a sister's satisfaction to nursing his recovery, and feeling, for she had a heart after all, as if it was a renewal of the days which she regarded with a tenderness mixed with contempt, when all was confidence between the brother and sister, the days of nonsense and romance. She hoped now that poor Philip, who had acted hastily on his romance, had ruined his own prospects for her sake in his boyish days, had a chance of having it all made up to him, and reigning at Redclyffe according to her darling wish. As she anxiously watched the arrival of the train, she recognized Mr. Thorndale, whom she had known in his school days as Philip's protégé, but could not that be her brother? It was his height, indeed, but his slow weary step as he crossed the platform, and left the care of his baggage to others, was so unlike his prompt, independent air, that she could hardly believe it to be himself, till, with his friend, he actually advanced to the carriage, and then she saw far deeper traces of illness than she was prepared for. A confusion of words took place, greetings on one hand and partings on the other, for James Thorndale was going on by the train, and made only a few minutes' halt in which to assure Mrs. Henley that though the landing and the journey had knocked up his patient to-day, he was much better since leaving Corfu, and to beg Philip to write as soon as possible. The bell rang, he rushed back, and was whirled away. "Then you are better?" said Mrs. Henley, anxiously surveying her brother. "You are sadly altered. You must let us take good care of you." "Thank you. I knew you would be ready to receive me, though I fear I am not very good company." "Say no more, my dearest brother. You know both Dr. Henley and myself have made it our first object that our house should be your home." "Thank you. This salubrious air must benefit you," she added. "How thin you are! Are you very much fatigued?" "Rather," said Philip, who was leaning back wearily, but the next moment he exclaimed, "What do you hear from Holywell?" "There is no news yet." "Do you know how she is? When did you hear of her?" "About a week ago, when she wrote to inquire for you." "She did? What did she say of herself?" "Nothing particular, poor little thing. I believe she's always on the sofa. My aunt would like nothing so well as making a great fuss about her." "Have you any objection to show me her letter?" said Philip, unable to bear hearing Amabel thus spoken of, yet desirous to learn all he could respecting her. "I have not preserved it," was the answer. "My correspondence is so extensive that there would be no limit to the accumulation if I did not destroy the trivial letters." There was a sudden flush on Philip's pale face that caused his sister to pause in her measured, self-satisfied speech, and ask if he was in pain. "No," he replied shortly, and Margaret pondered on his strange manner, little guessing what profanation her mention of Amabel's letter had seemed to him, or how it jarred on him to hear this exaggerated likeness of his own self-complacent speeches. She was much shocked and grieved to see him much more unwell than she had expected. He was unfit for anything but to go to bed on his arrival. Dr. Henley said the system had received a severe shock, and it would be long before the effects would be shaken off, but that there was no fear, but his health would be restored completely if he would give himself entire rest. There was no danger that Margaret would not lavish care enough on her brother. She waited on him in his room all the next day, bringing him everything he could want, and trying to make him come downstairs, for she thought sitting alone there very bad for his spirits. But he said he had a letter to write, and very curious she was to know why he was so long doing it, and why he did not tell her to whom it was addressed. However, she saw when it was put into the post-bag that it was for Lady Morville. At last, too late to see any of the visitors who had called to inquire, when the evening had long closed in, she had the satisfaction of seeing Philip enter the drawing-room, and settling himself in the most comfortable of her easy-chairs on one side of the fire, to wait till the doctor returned for dinner. The whole apartment was most luxurious, spacious, and richly furnished. The fire, in its brilliant steel setting, glancing on all around, and illuminating her own stately presence and rich glacé silk, as she sat opposite her brother cutting open the leaves of one of the books of the club over which she presided. She felt that this was something like attaining one of the objects for which she used to say and think she married, namely, to be able to receive her brother in a comfortable home, if only he would but look more like himself. "Do you like a cushion for your head, Philip? Is it better?" "Better since morning, thank you." "Did those headaches come on before your second illness?" "I can't distinctly remember." "Ah, I cannot think how the Edmonstons could leave you. I shall always blame them for that relapse." "It had nothing to do with it. Their remaining was impossible." "On Amabel's account? No, poor thing, I don't blame her, for she must have been quite helpless, but it was exactly like my aunt to have but one idea at a time. Charles used to be the idol, and now it is Amy, I suppose." "If anything could have made it more intolerable for me, it would have been detaining them there for my sake at such a time." "Ah, I felt a great deal for you. You must have been very sorry for that poor little Amy. She was very kind in writing while you were ill. How did she contrive, poor child? I suppose you took all the head work for her." "I was nothing but a burden." "Were you so very ill?" said Margaret tenderly. "I am sure you must have been neglected." "Would that I had," muttered Philip, so low she did not catch the words. Then aloud, "No care could have been greater than was taken for me. It was as if no one had been ill but myself, and the whole thought of every one had been for me." "Then Amabel managed very well, poor thing. We do sometimes see those weak, soft characters—" "Sister!" he interrupted. "Have you not told me so yourself?" "I was a fool, or worse," said he in a tone of suffering. "No words can describe what she proved herself." "Self-possessed? Energetic?" asked Mrs. Henley, for whom those were the first of qualities. And as her brother paused from repugnance to speak of Amabel to one so little capable of comprehending her, she proceeded. "No doubt she did the best she could, but she must have been quite inexperienced. It was a very young thing in a poor youth to make her executrix. I wonder the will was valid, but I suppose you took care of that." "I did nothing." "Did you see it?" "My uncle showed it to me." "Then you can tell me what I want to hear, for no one has told me anything. I suppose my uncle is to be guardian?" "No, Lady Morville." "You don't mean it! Most lover-like indeed, that poor girl to manage that great property, everything left to her," said Mrs. Henley, continuing her catechism in spite of the unwillingness of his replies. "Were there any legacies? I know of Miss Wellwood's." "That to Dixon's daughter, and my own," he answered. "Yours? How was it that I never heard of it? What is it?" 10,000, said Philip sadly. "I am delighted to hear it," cried Margaret. "Very proper of Sir Guy, very proper indeed, poor youth. It is well thought of to soften the disappointment." Philip started forward. "Disappointment!" exclaimed he with horror. "You need not look as if I wished to commit murder," said his sister, smiling. "Have you forgotten that it depends on whether it is a son or a daughter?" His dismay was not lessened. "Do you mean to say this is to come on me if the child is a daughter?" Ah, you were so young when the entail was made that you know nothing of it. Female heirs were expressly excluded. There was some aunt whom old Sir Guy passed over, and settled the property on my father and you, failing his own male heirs." "No one would take advantage of such a chance," said Philip. "Do not make any rash resolutions, my dear brother, whatever you do," said Margaret. "You still have the same fresh, romantic, generous spirit of self-sacrifice that is generally so soon worn out. But you must not let it allow you—" "Enough of this!" said Philip hastily, for every word was a dagger. "Ah, you are right not to dwell on the uncertainty. I am almost sorry I told you," said Margaret. "Tell me about Miss Wellwood's legacy," she continued, desirous of changing the subject. "I want to know the truth of it, for every one is talking of it. How comes the world to know of it?" "There have been reports of it ever since his death, and now it has been paid, whatever it is, on Lady Morville's coming of age. Do you know what it is? The last story I heard was that it was £20,000, to found a convent, to pray for his grand—" "5,000 for her hospital," interrupted Philip. "Sister," he added, speaking with effort, "it was for that hospital he made the request for which we persecuted him." "Ah, I thought so! I could have told you so!" cried Margaret, triumphant in her sagacity, but astonished as her brother started up, and stood looking at her as if he could hardly resolve to give credit to her words. "You thought so?" he repeated slowly. "I guessed it from the first. He was always with that set, and I thought it a very bad thing for him, but as it was only a guess, I thought it not worth while to mention it. Besides, the cheque seemed full evidence. It was the general course, not the individual action." "If you thought so, why not mention it to me? Oh, sister, what you would not have spared me!" "I might have done so if it had appeared it might lead to his exculpation, but you were so fully convinced that his whole course confirmed the suspicions that a mere vague idea was not worth dwelling on. Your general opinion of him satisfied me." "I cannot blame you," was all his reply, as he sat down with his face averted from the light. And Mrs. Henley was doubtful whether he meant that she had been judicious. She spoke again, unconscious of the agony each word inflicted. "Poor youth, we were mistaken in those facts, and of course all is forgiven and forgotten now. But he certainly had a tremendous temper. I shall never forget that exhibition. Perhaps poor Amabel is saved much unhappiness." "Once for all," said Philip sternly, "let me never hear you speak of him thus. We were both blind to a greatness of soul and purity of heart that we shall never meet again. Yours was only prejudice, mine I must call by a darker name. Remember that he and his wife are only to be spoken of with reverence." He composed himself to silence, and Margaret, after looking at him for some moments in wonder, began in a sort of exculpatory tone. "Of course we owe him a great deal of gratitude. It was very kind and proper to come to you when you were ill, and his death must have been a terrible shock. He was a fine young man, amiable, attractive in manner." "No more," muttered Philip. "That you always said of him," continued she, not hearing. "But you have no need to reproach yourself. You always acted the part of a true friend, did full justice to his many good qualities, and only sought his real good." "Every word you speak is the bitterest satire on me," said Philip, goaded into rousing himself for a moment. "Say no more, unless you would drive me distracted." Margaret was obliged to be silent, and marvel, while her brother sat motionless, leaning back in his chair, till Dr. Henley came in, and after a few words to him, went on talking to his wife till dinner was announced. Philip went with them into the drawing-room, but had scarcely sat down before he said he could not stay, and returned to the drawing-room sofa. He said he only wanted quiet and darkness, and sent his sister and her husband back to their dinner. "What has he been doing?" said the doctor. "Here is his pulse up to 100 again. How can he have raised it?" "He only came down an hour ago, and has been sitting still ever since." "Talking?" Yes, and there perhaps I was rather imprudent. I did not know he could so little bear to hear poor Guy's name mentioned, and besides he did not know till I told him that he had so much chance of Redclyffe. He did not know the entail excluded daughters." "Did he not? That accounts for it. I should like to see the man who could hear coolly that he was so near such a property. This suspense is unlucky just now, very much against him. You must turn his thoughts from it as much as possible." All the next day Mrs. Henley wondered why her brother's spirits were so much depressed, resisting every attempt to amuse or cheer them. But on the third she thought some light was thrown on the matter. She was at breakfast with the doctor when the post came in, and there was a black-edged letter for Captain Morville, evidently from Amabel. She took it up at once to his room. He stretched out his hand for it eagerly, but laid it down and would not open it while she was in the room. The instant she was gone, however, he broke the seal and read, "Holywell, February 20th. "My dear Philip, thank you so much for writing to me. It was a great comfort to see your writing again, and to hear of your being safe in your own country. We had been very anxious about you, though we did not hear of your illness till the worst was over. I am very glad you are at St. Mildred's, for I am sure Margaret must be very careful of you, and Stylehurst air must be good for you. Every one here is well. Charles is growing almost active, and looking better than I ever saw him. I wish I could tell you how nice and quiet a winter it has been. It has been a great blessing to me in every way. So many things have come to me to enjoy. Mr. Ross has come to me every Sunday, and often in the week, and has been so very kind. I think talking to him will be a great pleasure to you when you are here again. You will like to hear that Mr. Sheen has sent me the picture, and the pleasure it gives me increases every day. Indeed, I am so well off in every way that you must not grieve yourself about me, though I thank you very much for what you say. Laura reads to me all the evening from dinner to tea. I am much better than I was in the winter, and am enjoying the soft spring air from the open window, making it seem as if it was much later in the year. Good bye, my dear cousin. May God bless and comfort you. Remember that after all it was God's will, not your doing, and therefore, as he said himself, all is as it should be, and so it will surely be. Your affectionate cousin, Amabel F. Morville. Childishly simple as this letter might be, with its set of facts without comment, and the very commonplace words of consolation, it spoke volumes to Philip of the spirit in which it was written. Resignation, pardon, soothing, and a desire that her farewell, perhaps her last, should carry with it a token of her perfect forgiveness. Everything from Amabel did him good, and he was so perceptibly better that his sister exclaimed when she was next alone with Dr. Henley, "I understand it all, poor fellow. I thought long ago he had some secret attachment, and now I see it was to Amabel Edmonston." "To Lady Morville?" "Yes. You know how constantly he was at Holywell, my aunt so fond of him. I don't suppose Amy knew it, and of course she could not be blamed for accepting such an offer as Guy's. Besides, she never had much opinion of her own." "How? No bad speculation for him. She must have a handsome jointure. But what are your grounds?" "Everything. Don't you remember he would not go to the marriage? He mentions her almost like a saint, can't hear her name from any one else, keeps her letter to open alone, is more revived by it than anything else. Ah, depend on it, it was to avoid her, poor fellow, that he refused to go to Venice with them." "Their going to nurse him is not as if Sir Guy suspected it." "I don't suppose he did, nor Amy either. No one ever had so much power over himself." Philip would not have thanked his sister for her surmise, but it was so far in his favour that it made her avoid the subject, and he was thus spared from hearing much of Amabel or of Redclyffe. It was bad enough without this. Sometimes in nursery tales a naughty child under the care of a fairy is chained to an exaggeration of himself and his own faults, and is rendered a slave to this hateful self. The infliction he underwent in his sister's house was somewhat analogous, for Mrs. Henley's whole character, and especially her complacent speeches, were a strong resemblance of his own in the days he most regretted. He had ever since her marriage regarded her as a man looks at a fallen idol, but never had her alteration been so clear to him, as he had not spent much time with her, making her short visits and passing the chief of each day at Stylehurst. Now he was almost entirely at her mercy, and her unvarying kindness to him caused her deterioration to pain him all the more, while each self-assertion or harsh judgment sounded on his ear like a repetition of his worst and most hateful presumption. She little guessed what she made him endure, for he had resumed his wonted stoicism of demeanour, though the hardened crust that had once grown over his feelings had been roughly torn away, leaving an extreme soreness and tenderness to which an acute pang was given whenever he was reminded, not only of his injuries to Guy, but of the pride and secret envy that had been their root. At the same time he disappointed her by his continued reserve and depression. The confidence she had forfeited was never to be restored, and she was the last person to know how incapable she was of receiving it, or how low she had sunk in her self-exaltation. He was soon able to resume the hours of the family, but was still far from well, suffering from languor, pain in the head, want of sleep and appetite, and an evening feverishness. He was unequal to deep reading, and was in no frame for light books. He could not walk far, and his sister's literary coteries, which he had always despised, were at present beyond his powers of endurance. She hoped that society would divert his thoughts and raise his spirits, and arranged her parties with a view to him. But he could never stay long in the room, and Dr. Henley, who, though proud of his wife and her talents, had little pleasure in her learned circle, used to aid and abet his escape. Thus Philip got through the hours as best he might, idly turning the pages of new club books, wandering on the hills till he tired himself, sitting down to rest in the damp air, coming home chilled and fatigued, and lying on the sofa with his eyes shut to avoid conversation all the evening. Neither strength, energy, nor intellect would serve him for more, and this, with the load and the strings of a profound repentance, formed his history through the next fortnight. He used often to stand gazing at the slowly rising walls of Miss Wellwood's buildings, and the only time he exerted himself in his old way, to put down any folly in conversation, was when he silenced some of the nonsense about her, and evinced his own entire approval of her proceedings. Chapter 38.
Chapter 39, Part 1 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 39, Part 1. Beneath a tapering ash-tree's shade, 3 graves are by each other laid. Around the very place doth brood a strange and holy quietude. Baptistry. Late on the afternoon of the 6th of March, Mary Ross entered by the half-opened front door at Holywell, just as Charles appeared slowly descending the stairs. "Well, how is she?" asked Mary eagerly. "Poor little dear," he answered with a sigh. "She looks very nice and comfortable." "What, you have seen her?" "I am at this moment leaving her room." "She is going on well, I hope?" "Perfectly well. There is one comfort at least," said Charles, drawing himself down the last step. "Dear Amy! And the babe, did you see it?" "Yes, the little creature was lying by her, and she put her hand on it, and gave one of those smiles that are so terribly like his. But I could not have spoken about it for the world. Such fools we be," concluded Charles, with an attempt at a smile. "Is it healthy?" "All a babe ought to be, they say. All that could be expected of it, except the not being of the right sort, and if Amy does not mind that, I don't know who should." And Charles deposited himself on the sofa, heaving a deep sigh, intended to pass for the conclusion of the exertion. "Then you think she is not disappointed?" "Certainly not. The first thing she said when she was told it was a girl was, 'I am so glad!' And she does seem very happy with it, poor little thing. In fact, mamma thinks she had so little expected that it would go well with herself, or with it, that now it is all like a surprise." There was a silence, first broken by Charles, saying, "You must be content with me. I can't send for anyone. Bustle has taken papa and Charlotte for a walk, and Laura is on guard over Amy, for we have made mamma go and lie down. It was high time, after sitting up 2 nights and meaning to sit up a third." "Has she really? Can she bear it?" "Yes, I am afraid I have trained her in sitting up, and Amy and all of us know that anxiety hurts her more than fatigue. She would only lie awake worrying herself, instead of sitting peaceably by the fire, holding the baby, or watching Amy, or having a quiet cry when she is asleep. For, after all, it is very sad." Charles was trying to brave his feelings, but did not succeed very well. "Yesterday morning I was properly frightened. I came into the dressing room and found mamma crying so that I fully believed it was all wrong, but she was just coming to tell us, and was only overcome by thinking of not having him to call first, and how happy he would have been. And the dear Amy herself, I can't tell. She is a wonderful person for keeping herself composed when she ought. I see she has his picture in full view, but she says not a word, except that mamma saw her to-day, when she thought no one was looking, fondling the little thing and whispering to it, 'Guy's baby,' and 'Guy's little messenger.'" Charles gave up the struggle and fairly cried, but in a moment rallying his usual tone, he went on, half laughing, "To be sure, what a morsel of a creature it is! It is awful to see anything so small calling itself a specimen of humanity." "It is your first acquaintance with infant humanity, I suppose. Pray, did you ever see a baby?" "Not to look at. In fact, Mary, I consider it a proof of your being a rational woman that you have not asked me whether it is pretty." "I thought you no judge of the article. No, it was not to inspect it that Amy sent for me, though after all it was for a business I would almost as soon undertake, a thing I would not do for any other living creature." "Then I know what it is. To write some kind of message to Captain Morville. Just like the dear Amy. Just like her, and no one else except Of course my father wrote him an official communication yesterday, very short, but the fact must have made it sweet enough, savage as we all were towards him, as there was no one else to be savage to, unless it might be poor Miss Morville, who is the chief loser by being of the feminine gender," said Charles, again braving what he was pleased to call sentimentality. "Well, by and by, my lady wants to know if anyone has written to poor Philip, as she will call him, and by no means contented by hearing papa had, she sends to ask me to come to her when I came in from the wheeling in the garden, and receives me with a request that I would write and tell him how well she is, and how glad, and so on. There's a piece of work for me. Luckily you are not quite so savage as you pretend, either to him or your poor little niece." "Whew! I should not care whether she was niece or nephew, but for him, at least not much, as long as she comforted Amy, but to see him at Redclyffe, and be obliged to make much of him at the same time, is more than I can very well bear, though I may as well swallow it as best I can, for she will have me do it, as well as on Laura's account. Amy believes, you know, that he will think the inheritance a great misfortune, but that is only a proof that she is more amiable than any one else." "I should think he would not rejoice." "Not exactly, but I have no fear that he will not console himself by thinking of the good he will do with it. I have no doubt that he was thoroughly cut up, and I could even go to the length of believing that distress of mind helped to bring on the relapse. But it is some time ago, and as to his breaking his heart after the first 10 minutes at finding himself what he has all his life desired to be, in a situation where the full influence of his talents may be felt," said Charles, with a shade of imitation of his measured tones, "why that no one but silly little Amy would ever dream of. Well, I dare say you will grow merciful as you write." "No, that is not the way to let my indignation ooze out at my fingers' ends. I shall begin by writing to condole with Markham. Poor man, what a state he must be in! All the more pitiable, because he evidently had entirely forgotten that there could ever be a creature of the less worthy gender born to the house of Morville. So it will take him quite by surprise. What will he do, and how will he ever forgive Mrs. Ashford, who I see in the paper has a son whom nobody wants, as if for the express purpose of insulting Markham's feelings. Well a day! I should have liked to have had the sound of Sir Guy Morville still in my ears, and yet I don't know that I could have endured its being applied to a little senseless baby. And, after all, we are the gainers, for it would have been a forlorn thing to have seen Amy go off to reign Queen Mother at Redclyffe, and most notably well would she have reigned, with that clear little head. I vow 'tis a talent thrown away. However, I can't grumble. She is much happier without greatness thrust on her, and for my own part I have my home sister all to myself, with no rival but that small woman. And how she will pet her! And how you will! What a spoiling uncle you will be! But now, having heard you reason yourself into philosophy, I'll leave you to write. We were so anxious that I could not help coming. I'm so glad that little one thrives. I should like to leave my love for Amy, if you'll remember it. The rarity of such a message from you may enable me. I was lying here alone, and received the collective love of 5 harpers to convey upstairs, all which I forgot, though in its transit by Arnauld and his French, that they made their friendships to my lady and Mrs. Edmonstone. Charles had not talked so like himself for months, and Mary felt that Amabel's child, if she had disappointed some expectations, had come like a spring blossom to cheer Holywell, after its long winter of sorrow and anxiety. It seemed to have already been received as a messenger to comfort them for the loss, greatest of all to her, poor child, though she would never know how great. Next, Mary wondered what kind of letter Charles would indite, and guessed it would be all the kinder for the outpouring he had made to her, the only person with whom he ventured to indulge in a comfortable abuse of Philip, since his good sense taught him that, ending as affairs must, it was the only wise way to make the best of it, with father, mother, and Charlotte, all quite sufficiently disposed to regard Philip with aversion without his help. Philip was at breakfast with the Henleys on the following morning, a Sunday, or rather sitting at the breakfast table, when the letters were brought in. Mrs. Henley, pretending to be occupied with her own, had an eager, watchful eye on her brother, as one was placed before him. She knew Mr. Edmonstone's writing, but was restrained from exclaiming by her involuntary deference to her brother. He flushed deep red one moment, then turned deadly pale. His hand, when first he raised it, trembled, and then became firm, as if controlled by the force of his resolution. He broke the black seal, drew out the letter, paused another instant, unfolded it, glanced at it, pushed his chair from the table, and hastened to the door. Tell me, Philip, what is it?" she exclaimed, rising to follow him. He turned round, threw the letter on the table, and with a sign that forbade her to come with him, left the room. "Poor fellow, how he feels it! That poor young creature," said she, catching up the letter for explanation. "Ha, no, listen to this, Dr. Henley. Why, he must have read it wrong. Holywell, March 5th. Dear Philip, I have to announce to you that Lady Morville was safely confined this morning with a daughter. I shall be ready to send all the papers and accounts of the Redclyffe estate to any place you may appoint as soon as she is sufficiently recovered to transact business. Both she and the infant are as well as can be expected. Yours sincerely, C. Edmonstone." "A daughter!" cried Dr. Henley. "Well, my dear, I congratulate you. It is as fine a property as any in the kingdom. We shall see him pick up strength now." "I must go and find him. He surely has mistaken," said Margaret, hastening in search of him. But he was not to be found, and she saw him no more till she found him in the seat at church. She hardly waited to be in the churchyard after the service before she said, "Surely you mistook the letter." "No, I did not." "You saw that she is doing well, and it is a girl?" "And will you not let me congratulate you?" She was interrupted by some acquaintance, but when she looked round he was nowhere to be seen, and she was obliged to be content with telling everyone the news. One or two of her many tame gentlemen came home with her to luncheon, and she had the satisfaction of dilating on the grandeur of Redclyffe. Her brother was not in the drawing room, but answered when she knocked at his door. "Luncheon is ready. Will you come down?" "Is any one there?" Mr. Brown and Walter Maitland. Shall I send you anything, or do you like to come down?" "I'll come, thank you," said he, thus secured from a tête-à-tête. "Had you better come? Is not your head too bad?" "It will not be better for staying here. I'll come." She went down, telling her visitors that, since his illness, her brother always suffered so much from excitement that he was too unwell to have derived much pleasure from the tidings; and when he appeared his air corresponded with her account, for his looks were of the gravest and sternest. He received the congratulations of the gentlemen without the shadow of a smile, and made them think him the haughtiest and most dignified landed proprietor in England. Mrs. Henley advised strongly against his going to church, but without effect, and losing him in the crowd coming out, saw him no more till just before dinner time. He had steeled himself to endure all that she and the doctor could inflict on him that evening, and he had a hope of persuading Amabel that it would be only doing justice to her child to let him restore her father's inheritance, which had come to him through circumstances that could not have been foreseen. He was determined to do nothing like an act of possession of Redclyffe till he had implored her to accept the offer, and it was a great relief thus to keep it in doubt a little longer, and not absolutely feel himself profiting by Guy's death and sitting in his seat. Not a word, however, must be said to let his sister guess at his resolution, and he must let her torture him in the meantime. He was vexed at having been startled into betraying his suffering, and was humiliated at the thought of the change from that iron imperturbability, compounded of strength, pride, and coldness, in which he had once gloried. Dr. Henley met him with a shake of the hand and hearty exclamation, "I congratulate you, Sir Philip Morville." "No, that is spared me," was his answer. The baronetcy?" "Yes," said Margaret. "I thought you knew that only goes to the direct heir of old Sir Hugh. But you must drop the captain, at least. You will sell out at once?" He patiently endured the conversation on the extent and beauty of Redclyffe, wearing all the time a stern, resolute aspect that his sister knew to betoken great unhappiness. She earnestly wished to understand him, but at last, seeing how much her conversation increased his headache, she desisted, and left him to all the repose his thoughts could give him. He was very much concerned at the tone of the note from his uncle, as if it was intended to show that all connection with the family was to be broken off. He supposed it had been concerted with someone, with Charles most likely, Charles who had judged him too truly, and with his attachment to Guy and aversion to himself was doubtless strengthening his father's displeasure, all the more for this hateful wealth. And Laura, what did she feel? Monday morning brought another letter. At first he was struck with the dread of evil tidings of Amabel or her babe, especially when he recognised Charles's straggling handwriting, and resolved not to be again betrayed, he carried it up to read in his own room before his sister had noticed it. He could hardly resolve to open it, for surely Charles would not write to him without necessity, and what, save sorrow, could cause that necessity? He saw that his wretchedness might be even more complete. At length he read it, and could hardly believe his own eyes as he saw cheering words, in a friendly style of interest and kindliness such as he would never have expected from Charles, more especially now. Holywell, March the 6th. My dear Philip, I believe my father wrote to you in haste yesterday, but I am sure you will be anxious for further accounts, and when there is good news there is satisfaction in conveying it. I know you will be glad to hear our affairs are very prosperous, and Amy, whom I have just been visiting, is said by the authorities to be going on as well as possible. She begs me to tell you of her welfare, and to assure you that she is particularly pleased to have a daughter. Or, perhaps, it will be more satisfactory to have her own words. You must tell him how well I am, Charlie, and how very glad, and tell him that he must not vex himself about her being a girl, for that is my great pleasure, and I do believe the very thing I should have chosen if I had set to work to wish. You know Amy never said a word but in all sincerity, so you must trust her, and I add my testimony that she is in placid spirits, and may well be glad to escape the cares of Redclyffe. My father says he desired Markham to write to you on the business matters, I hope the sea breezes may do you good. All the party here are well, but I see little of them now. All the interest of the house is upstairs. Your affectionate C. M. Edmonston. P.S. The baby is very small, but so plump and healthy that no one attempts to be uneasy about her. Never did letter come in better time to raise a desponding heart. Of Amabel's forgiveness he was already certain, but that she should have made Charles his friend was a wonder beyond all others. It gave him more hope for the future than he had yet been able to entertain, and showed him that the former note was no studied renunciation of him, but only an ebullition of Mr. Edmonston's disappointment. It gave him spirit enough to undertake what he had long been meditating, but without energy to set about it, an expedition to Stylehurst. Hitherto it had been his first walk on coming to St. Mildred's, but now the distance across the moor was far beyond his powers, and even that length of ride was a great enterprise. It was much further by the carriage road, and his sister never liked going there. He had never failed to visit his old home till last year, and he felt almost glad that he had not carried his thoughts at that time to his father's grave. It was strange that, with so many more important burdens on his mind, it had been this apparent trivial omission, this slight to Stylehurst, that, in both his illnesses, had been the most frequently recurring idea that had tormented him in his delirium. So deeply, securely fixed is the love of the home of childhood in men of his mould, in whom it is perhaps the most deeply rooted of all affections. End of chapter 39, part 1. Chapter 39, part 2 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 39, part 2. Without telling his sister his intention, he hired a horse and pursued the familiar moorland tracks. He passed Southmoor Farm. It gave him too great a pang to look at it. He rode on across the hills where he used to walk with his sisters, and looked down into narrow valleys where he had often wandered with his fishing rod, lost in musings on plans for attaining distinction, and seeing himself the greatest man of his day. Little had he then guessed the misery which would place him in the way of the coveted elevation, or how he would loathe it when it lay within his grasp. There were the trees round the vicarage, the church spire, the cottages, whose old rough aspect he knew so well, the whole scene, once redolent of joy and youth, but how unable to breathe on him a second spring. He put up his horse at the village inn, and went to make his first call on Susan, the old clerk's wife, and one of the persons in all the world who loved him best. He knocked, opened the door, and saw her, startled from her tea drinking, looking at him as a stranger. "Bless us! It bain't never Master Philip," she exclaimed, her head shaking very fast as she recognised his voice. "Why, sir, what a turn you give me! How bad you be looking, to be sure!" He sat down and talked with her with feelings of comfort. Tidings of Sir Guy's death had reached the old woman, and she was much grieved for the nice, cheerful-spoken young gentleman whom she well remembered. For she, like most every one who had ever had any intercourse with him, had an impression left of him as of something winning, engaging, brightening, like a sunbeam. It was a refreshment to meet with one who would lament him for his own sake, and had no congratulations for Philip himself. And the "Sure, sure, it must have been very bad for you," with which old Susan heard of the circumstances, carried more of the comfort of genuine sympathy than all his sister's attempts at condolence. She told him how often Sir Guy had been at Stylehurst, how he had talked to her about the Archdeacon, and especially she remembered his helping her husband one day when he found him trimming the ash over the Archdeacon's grave. He used to come very often to church here, more in the latter part of his stay. There was one Sunday, it was the one before Michaelmas, He was there all day, walking in the churchyard and sitting in the porch between services. The Sunday before Michaelmas, thought Philip, the very time when he had been most earnest in driving his uncle to persecute, and delighting himself in having triumphed over Guy at last, and obtained tangible demonstration of his own foresight and his cousin's vindictive spirit. What had he been throwing away? Where had, in truth, been the hostile spirit? He took the key of the church and walked thither alone, standing for several minutes by the 3 graves, with a sensation as if his father was demanding of him an account of the boy he had watched and brought to his ancestral home and cared for through his orphaned childhood. But for the prayer book, the pledge that there had been peace at the last, how could he have borne it? Here was the paved path he had trodden in early childhood, holding his mother's hand, where, at each recurring vacation during his school days, he had walked between his admiring sisters, in the consciousness that he was the pride of his family and of all the parish. Of his family? Did he not remember his return home for the last time before that when he was summoned thither by his father's death? He had come with a whole freight of prizes, and letters full of praises, and as he stood in expectation of the expression of delighted satisfaction, his father laid his hand on his trophy, the pile of books, saying gravely, "All this would I give, Philip, for one evidence of humility of mind." It had been his father's one reproof. He had thought it unjust and unreasonable, and turned away impatiently to be caressed and admired by Margaret. His real feelings had been told to her, because she flattered them and shared them. He had been reserved and guarded with the father who would have perceived and repressed that ambition, and a self-sufficiency which he himself had never known to exist, nor regarded as aught but sober truth. It had been his bane that he had been always too sensible to betray outwardly his self-conceit, in any form that could lead to its being noticed. He opened the church door, closed it behind him, and locked himself in. He came up to the communion rail, where he had knelt for the first time 12 years ago, confident in himself and unconscious of the fears with which his father's voice was trembling in the intensity of his prayer for one in whom there was no tangible evil, and whom others thought a pattern of all that could be desired by the fondest hopes. He knelt down, with bowed head and hands clasped. Assuredly, if his father could have beheld him then, it would have been with rejoicing. He would not have sorrowed that robust frame was wasted, and great strength brought low, that the noble features were worn, the healthful cheek pale, and the powerful intellect clouded and weakened. He would hardly have mourned for the cruel grief and suffering, which would have been his joy that the humble, penitent, obedient heart had been won at last. Above all, he would have rejoiced that the words that most soothed the wounded spirit were, "A broken and contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise." There was solace in that solemn silence. The throbs of head and heart were stilled in the calm around. It was as if the influences of the prayers breathed for him by his father, and the forgiveness and loving spirit there won by Guy, had been waiting for him till he came to take them up, for thenceforth the bitterest of his despair was over, and he could receive each token of Amabel's forgiveness, not as heaped coals of fire, but as an earnest of forgiveness sealed in heaven. The worst was over, and though he still had much to suffer, he was becoming open to receive comfort. The blank dark remorse in which he had been living began to lighten, and the tone of his mind to return. He spoke more cheerfully to Susan when he restored the key, but she had been so shocked at his appearance that when the next day a report reached her that Mr. Philip was now a grand gentleman, and very rich, she answered, "Well, if it be so, I am glad of it, but he never said a word of it to me, and it is my belief he will give all the money as ever was coined to have the poor young gentleman back again. Depend upon it, he hates the very sound of it." At the cost of several sheets of paper, Philip at length completed a letter to Mr. Edmonston, which, when he had sent it, made his suspense more painful. St. Mildred's, March 12th. My dear Mr. Edmonston, it is a full sense of the unfitness of intruding such a subject upon you in the present state of the family, that I again address you on the same topic as that on which I wrote to you from Italy, at the first moment at which I have felt it possible to ask your attention. I was then too ill to be able to express my contrition for all that has passed. In fact, I doubt whether it was even then so deep as at present, since every succeeding week has but added to my sense of the impropriety of my conduct, and my earnest desire for pardon. I can hardly venture at such a time to ask anything further, but I must add that my sentiments towards your daughter are unaltered, and can never cease but with my life. And though I know I have rendered myself unworthy of her, and my health, both mental and bodily, is far from being re-established, I cannot help laying my feelings before you, and entreating that you will put an end to the suspense which has endured for so many months, by telling me to hope that I have not for ever forfeited your consent to my attachment. At least, I trust to your kindness for telling me on what terms I am for the present to stand with your family. I am glad to hear such favourable reports of Lady Morville, and with all my heart I thank Charles for his letter. Yours ever affectionately, P. H. Morville. He ardently watched for a reply. He could not endure the idea of receiving it, where Margaret's eyes could scan the emotion he could now only conceal by a visible rigidity of demeanour, and he daily went himself to the post-office, but in vain. He received nothing but business letters, and among them one from Markham, with as much defiance and dislike in its style as could be shown, in a perfectly formal, proper letter. Till he had referred to Lady Morville, he would not make any demonstration towards Redclyffe, and evaded all his sister's questions as to what he was doing about it, and when he should take measures for leaving the army or obtaining a renewal of the baronetcy. Anxiety made him look daily more wretchedly haggard. The doctor was at fault, Mrs. Henley looked sagacious, while his manner became so dry and repellent that visitors went away moralizing on the absurdity of nouveaux riches taking so much state on them. He wondered how soon he might venture to write to Amabel, on whom alone he could depend, but he felt it a sort of profanity to disturb her. He had nearly given up his visits to the post in despair, when one morning he beheld what never failed to bring some soothing influence, namely, the fair pointed characters he had not dared to hope for. He walked quickly into the promenade, sat down, and read. Holywell, March 22nd. My dear Philip, Papa does not answer your letter because he says speaking is better than writing, and we hope you are well enough to come to us before Sunday week. I hope to take our dear little girl to be christened on that day, and I want you to be so kind as to be her godfather. I ask it of you, not only in my own name, but in her father's, for I am sure it is what he would choose. Her Aunt Laura and Mary Ross are to be her godmothers. I hope you will not think me very foolish and fanciful for naming her Mary Verena, in remembrance of our old readings of Sintram. She is a very healthy, quiet creature, and I am getting on very well. I am writing you from the dressing room, and I expect to be downstairs in a few days. If you do not dislike it very much, could you be so kind as to call upon Miss Wellwood, and pay little Marianne Dixon's quarter for me? It is £10, and it will save trouble if you would do it. Besides that, I should like to hear of her and the little girl. I am sorry to hear you are not better. Perhaps coming here may do you good. 4 o'clock. I have been keeping my letter in hopes of persuading Papa to put in a note, but he says he had rather send a message that he is quite ready to forgive and forget, and it will be best to talk it over when you come. Your affectionate cousin, A. F. Morville. It was well he was not under his sister's eye, for he could not read this letter calmly, and he was obliged to take several turns along the walk before he could recover his composure enough to appear in the breakfast-room, where he found his sister alone, dealing her letters into separate packets of important and unimportant. "Good morning, Philip. Dr. Henley is obliged to go to Bramshaw this morning, and has had an early breakfast. Have you been out?" "Yes, it is very fine. I mean, it will be. The haze is clearing." Margaret saw that he was unusually agitated, and not by grief, applied herself to tea making, and hoped his walk had given him an appetite, but there seemed little chance of this, so long were his pauses between each morsel, and so often did he lean back in his chair. "I am going to leave you on Friday," he said at length abruptly. "Oh, are you going to Redclyffe?" "No, to Holywell. Lady Morville wishes me to be her little girl's sponsor. I shall go to London on Friday, and on the next day." "I am glad they have asked you. Does she write herself? Is she pretty well?" "Yes, she's to go downstairs in a day or two." "I am rejoiced that she is recovering so well. Do you know whether she is in tolerable spirits?" "She writes cheerfully." "How many years is it since I saw her? She was quite a child, but very sweet-tempered and attentive to poor Charles," said Mrs. Henley, feeling most amiably disposed towards her future sister-in-law. "Just so. Her gentleness and sweet temper were always beautiful, and she has shown herself under her trials what it would be presumptuous to praise." Margaret had no doubt now, and thought he was ready for more open sympathy. "You must let me congratulate you now on this unexpected dawn of hope, after your long trial, my dear brother. It is a sort of unconscious encouragement you could hardly hope for." "I did not know you knew anything of it," said Philip. "Ah, my dear brother, you betrayed yourself. You need not be disconcerted. Only a sister could see the real cause of your want of spirits. Your manner at each mention of her, your anxiety, coupled with your resolute avoidance of her—" "Of whom? Do you know what you are talking of, sister?" said Philip sternly. "Of Amabel, of course." Philip rose, perfectly awful in his height and indignation. "Sister!" he said, paused, and began again. "I have been attached to Laura Edmonston for years past, and Lady Morville knows it." "To Laura!" cried Mrs. Henley in amaze. "Are you engaged?" And as he was hardly prepared to answer, she continued, "If you have not gone too far to recede, only consider before you take any rash step. You come into this property without ready money, you will find endless claims, and if you marry at once and without fortune, you will never be clear from difficulties." "I have considered," he replied, with cold loftiness that would have silenced anyone not of the same determined mould. "You are positively committed, then?" she said, much vexed. "Oh, Philip, I did not think you would have married for mere beauty." "I can hear no more discussion on this point," answered Philip in a serious, calm tone that showed so much power over himself and everyone else. It put Margaret to silence, though she was excessively disappointed to find him thus involved just at his outset, when he might have married so much more advantageously. She was sorry, too, that she had shown her opinion so plainly, since it was to be, and hurt his feelings, just as he seemed to be thawing. She would fain have learned more, but he was completely shut up within himself, and never opened again to her. She had never before so grated on every delicate feeling in his mind, and he only remained at her house because, in his present state of health, he hardly knew where to bestow himself till it was time for him to go to Holywell. He went to call on Miss Welwood, to whom his name was no slight recommendation, and she met him eagerly, asking after Lady Morville, who, she said, had twice written to her most kindly about little Marianne. It was a very pleasant visit and a great relief. He looked at the plans, heard the fresh arrangements, admired, was interested, and took pleasure in having something to tell Amabel. He asked for Marianne, and heard that she was one of the best children, amiable, well disposed, only almost too sensitive. Miss Welwood said it was remarkable how deep an impression Sir Guy had made upon her, and how affectionately she remembered his kindness, and her distress at hearing of his death had been far beyond what such a child could have been supposed to feel, both in violence and in duration. Philip asked to see her, knowing it would please Amabel, and in she came, a long, thin, 9-year-old child, just grown into the encumbering shyness that is by no means one of the graces of la vieillesse de l'enfance. He wished to be kind and encouraging, but melancholy, added to his natural stateliness, made him very formidable, and poor Marianne was capable of nothing beyond yes or no. He told her he was going to see Lady Morville and her little girl, whereat she eagerly raised her eyes, then shrank in affright at anything so tall, and so unlike Sir Guy. He said the baby was to be christened next Sunday, and Miss Welwood helped him out by asking the name. Mary, he said, for he was by no means inclined to explain the Verena, though he knew not half what it conveyed to Amabel. Lastly, he asked if Marianne had any message, when she hung down her head and whispered to Miss Welwood what proved to be, "My love to dear little cousin Mary." He promised to deliver it, and departed, wishing he could more easily unbend. End of chapter 39, part 2.
Chapter 40 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 40. Blessed, though every tear that falls doth in its silence of past sorrow tell, and makes a meeting seem most like a dear farewell. Wordsworth. On Saturday afternoon, about 5:30, Philip Morville found himself driving up to the well-known front door of Holywell. At the door he heard that every one was out excepting Lady Morville, who never came down till the evening, save for a drive in the carriage. He entered the drawing-room, and gazed on the scene where he had spent so many happy hours, only darkened by that one evil spot that had grown till it not only poisoned his own mind, but cast a gloom over that bright home. All was as usual. Charles's sofa, little table, books and inkstand, the work-boxes on the table, the newspaper in Mr. Edmonston's old folds. Only the piano was closed, and an accumulation of books on the hinge told how long it had been so. And the plants in the bay window were brown and dry, not as when they were Amabel's cherished nurslings. He remembered Amabel's laughing face and abundant curls when she carried in the camellia, and thought how little he guessed then that he should be the destroyer of the happiness of her young life. How should he meet her, a widow in her father's house, or look at her fatherless child? He wondered how he had borne to come thither at all, and shrank at the thought that this very evening, in a few hours, he must see her. The outer door opened, there was a soft step, and Amabel stood before him, pale, quiet, and with a smile of welcome. Her bands of hair looked glossy under her widow's cap, and the deep black of her dress was relieved by the white robes of the babe that lay on her arm. She held out her hand, and he pressed it in silence. "I thought you would like just to see baby," said she, in a voice something like apology. He held out his arms to take it, for which Amy was by no means prepared. She was not quite happy even in trusting it in her sister's arms, and she supposed he had never before touched an infant. But that was all nonsense, and she would not vex him with showing any reluctance, so she laid the little one on his arm, and saw his great hand holding it most carefully. But the next moment he turned abruptly from her. Poor silly little Amy, her heart beat not a little till he turned back, restored the babe, and while he walked hastily to the window, she saw that 2 large teardrops had fallen on the white folds of his mantle. She did not speak. She guessed how much he must feel in thus holding Guy's child, and besides, her own tears would now flow so easily that she must be on her guard. She sat down, settled the little one on her knee, and gave him time to recover himself. Presently he came and stood by her, saying, in a most decided tone, "Amabel, you must let me do this child justice." She looked up, wondering what he could mean. "I will not delay in taking steps for restoring her inheritance," said he, hoping by determination to overpower Amabel, and make her believe it a settled and a right thing. "Oh, Philip, you're not thinking of that?" "It is to be done." "You would not be so unkind to this poor little girl," said Amy, with a persuasive smile, partaking of her old playfulness, adding, very much in earnest, "Pray put it out of your head directly, for it would be very wrong." The nurse knocked at the door to fetch the baby, as Amabel had desired. When this interruption was over, Philip came and sat down opposite to her, and began with his most decided manner, You must listen to me, Amy, and not allow any scruples to prevent you from permitting your child to be restored to her just rights. You must see that the estate has come to me by circumstances such that no honest man can be justified in retaining it. The entail was made to exclude females only because of the old Lady Granard. It is your duty to consent." "The property has always gone in the male line," replied Amabel. "There never was such a state of things. Old Sir Guy could never have thought of entailing it away from his own descendant on a distant cousin. It would be wrong of me to profit by these unforeseen contingencies, and you ought not, in justice to your child, to object." He spoke so forcibly and decidedly that he thought he must have prevailed, but not one whit convinced, Amabel answered in her own gentle voice, but beginning with a businesslike argument. "Such a possibility was contemplated. It was all provided for in the marriage settlements. Indeed, I am afraid that, as it is, she will be a great deal too rich. Besides, Philip, I am sure this is exactly what Guy would have chosen." And the tears rose in her eyes. "The first thing that came into my head when she was born was, that it was just what he wished, that I should have her for myself, and that you should take care of Redclyffe. I am certain now that he hoped it would be so. I know, indeed I do, that he took great pleasure in thinking of its being in your hands, and of your going on with all he began. You can't have forgotten how much he left in your charge. If you were to give it up, it would be against his desire, and with that knowledge, how could I suffer it? Then think what a misfortune to her, poor little thing, to be a great heiress, and how very bad for Redclyffe to have no better a manager than me. Oh, Philip, can you not see it is best as it is, and just as he wished?" He almost groaned. "If you could guess what a burden it is." "Ah, but you must carry it, not throw it down on such hands as mine and that tiny baby's," said she, smiling. "It would have been the same if it had been a boy." "Yes, then I must have done the best I could, and there would have been an end to the look to, but I am so glad to be spared. And you are so fit for it, and will make it turn to so much use to every one." "I don't feel as if I should ever be of use to any one," said Philip, in a tone of complete dejection. "Your head is aching," said she, kindly. "It always does, more or less," replied he, resting it on his hand. "I am so sorry. Has it been so ever since you were ill? But you are better. You look better than when I saw you last." "I am better on the whole, but I doubt whether I shall ever be as strong as I used to be. That ought to make me hesitate, even if—" Then came a pause, while he put his hand over his face, and seemed struggling with irrepressible emotion, and after all he was obliged to take 2 walks to the window before he could recover composure, and could ask in a voice which he tried to make calm and steady, though his face was deeply flushed, "Amy, how is Laura?" "She is very well," answered Amabel. "Only you must not be taken by surprise if you see her looking thinner." "And she has trusted? She has endured through all?" said he, with inquiring earnestness. "Oh, yes." "And they, your father and mother, can forgive?" "They do. They have. But, Philip, it was one of the things I came down to say to you. I don't think you must expect papa to begin about it himself. You know he does not like awkwardness, though he will be very glad when once it is done, and ready to meet you half-way." He did not answer, and after a silence Amabel added, "Laura is out of doors. She and Charlotte take very long walks." "And is she really strong and well, or is it that excited overdoing of employment that I first set her upon?" he asked anxiously. "She is perfectly well, and to be busy has been a great help to her," said Amabel. "It was a great comfort that we did not know how ill you had been at Corfu till the worst was over. Evelyn only mentioned it when you were better. I was very anxious, for I had some fears from the note that you sent by Arnaud. I am very glad to see you safe here, for I have felt all along that we forsook you, but I could not help it." "I am very glad you did not stay. The worst of all would have been that you should have run any risk." "There is the carriage," said Amy. "Mamma and Charlie have been to Broadstone. They thought they might meet you by the late train." Philip's colour rose. He stood up, sat down, then, rising once more, leant on the mantelpiece, scarcely knowing how to face either of them, his aunt, with her well-merited displeasure, and Charles, who when he parted with him had accused him so justly, Charles, who had seen through him and had been treated with scorn. A few moments, and Charles came in, leaning on his mother. They both shook hands, exclaimed at finding Amabel downstairs, and Mrs. Edmonston asked after Philip's health in her would-be cordial manner. The two ladies then went upstairs together, and thus ended that conference in which both parties had shown rare magnanimity, of which they were perfectly unconscious. And perhaps the most remarkable part of all was that Philip quietly gave up the great renunciation and so-called sacrifice with which he had been feeding his hopes, at the simple bidding of the gentle-spoken Amabel, not even telling her that he resigned it. He kept the possessions which he abhorred, and gave up the renunciation he had longed to make, and in this lay the true sacrifice, the greater because the world would think him the gainer. When the mother and daughter were gone, the cousins were silent, Philip resting his elbow on the mantel-shelf and his head on his hand, and Charles sitting at the end of the sofa, warming first one hand, then the other, while he looked up to the altered face, and perceived in it grief and humiliation almost as plainly as illness. His keen eyes read that the sorrow was indeed more deeply rooted than he had hitherto believed, and that Amabel's pity had not been wasted, and he was also struck by the change from the great personal strength that used to make nothing of lifting his whole weight. "I am sorry to see you so pulled down," said he. "We must try if we can doctor you better than they did at St. Mildred's. Are you getting on, do you think?" He had hardly ever spoken to Philip so entirely without either bitterness or sarcasm, and his manner hardly seemed like that of the same person. "Thank you, I am growing stronger, but as long as I cannot get rid of this headache, I am good for nothing." "You have had a long spell of illness indeed," said Charles. "You can't expect to shake off 2 fevers in no time. Now all the anxiety is over, you will brighten like this house." "But tell me, what is thought of Amabel? Is she as well as she ought to be?" "Yes, quite, they say, has recovered her strength very fast, and is in just the right spirits. She was churched yesterday, and was not the worse for it. It was a trial, for she had not been to East Hill since last May." "It is a blessing indeed," said Philip earnestly. "She has been so very happy with the baby," said Charles. "You hear what its name is to be?" "Yes, she told me in a letter." "To avoid having to tell you here, I suppose. Mary is for common wear, Verena is for ourselves. She asked if it would be too foolish to give such a name, and mamma said the only question was whether she would like indifferent people to ask the reason of it." Philip lapsed into thought, and presently said abruptly, "When last we parted you told me I was malignant. You were right." "Shake hands," was all Charles's reply, and no more was said till Charles rose, saying it was time to dress. Philip was about to help him, but he answered, "No, thank you. I am above trusting to anything but my own crutches now. I am proud to show you what feats I can perform." Charles certainly did get on with less difficulty than heretofore, but it was more because he wanted to spare Philip fatigue than because he disdained assistance, that he chose to go alone. Moreover, he did what he had never done for any one before. He actually hopped the whole length of the passage, beyond his own door, to do the honours of Philip's room, and took a degree of pains for his comfort that seemed too marvellous to be true in one who had hitherto only lived to be attended on. By the time he had settled Philip, the rest of the party had come home, and he found himself wanted in the dressing-room to help his mother to encourage his father to enter on the conversation with Philip in the evening, for poor Mr. Edmonston was in such a worry and perplexity that the whole space till the dinner-bell rang was insufficient to console him in. Laura, meanwhile, was with Amabel, who was trying to cheer her fluttering spirits and nerves, which, after having been so long harassed, gave way entirely at the moment of meeting Philip again. How would he regard her after her weakness in betraying him for want of self-command? Might he not be wishing to be free of one who had so disappointed him, and only persisting in the engagement from a sense of honour? The confidence in his affection which had hitherto sustained her was failing, and not all Amabel could say would reassure her. No one could judge of him but herself. His words were so cautious, and he had so much command over himself, that nobody could guess. Of course he felt bound to her, but if she saw one trace of his being only influenced by honour and pity, she would release him, and he should never see the struggle. She had worked herself up into almost a certainty that so it would be, and Amabel was afraid she would not be fit to go down to dinner. But the sound of the bell and the necessity of moving seemed to restore the habit of external composure in a moment. She settled her countenance and left the room. Charlotte, meantime, had been dressing alone, and raging against Philip, declaring she could never bear to speak to him, and that if she was Amy she would never have chosen him for a godfather. And to think of his marrying just like a good hero in a book, and living very happy ever after. To be sure, she was sorry for poor Laura, but it was all very wrong, and now they would be rewarded. How could Charlie be so provoking as to talk about his sorrow? She hoped he was sorry, and as to his illness, it served him right. All this Charlotte communicated to Bustle, but Bustle had heard some mysterious noise, and insisted on going to investigate the cause, and Charlotte, finding her own domain dark and cold, and private conferences going on in Amabel's apartment and the dressing-room, was fain to follow him downstairs as soon as her toilette was complete, only hoping Philip would keep out of the way. But, behold, there he was, and even Bustle was propitiated, for she found him, his nose on Philip's knee, looking up in his face and wagging his tail, while Philip stroked and patted him, and could hardly bear the appealing expression of the eyes that, always wistful, now seemed to every one to be looking for his master. To see this attention to Bustle won Charlotte over in a moment. "How are you, Philip? Good dog, dear old Bustle," came in a breath, and they were both making much of the dog, when she amicably asked if he had seen the baby, and became eager in telling about the christening. The dinner bell brought every one down but Amabel. The trembling hands of Philip and Laura met for a moment, and they were in the dining-room. Diligently and dutifully did Charles and Mrs. Edmonston keep up the conversation, the latter about her shopping, the former about the acquaintances who had come to speak to him as he sat in the carriage. As soon as possible, Mrs. Edmonston left the dining-room. Then Laura flew up again to the dressing-room, sank down on a footstool by Amabel's side, and exclaiming, "Oh, Amy, he's looking so ill!" burst into a flood of tears. The change had been a shock for which Laura had not been prepared. Amy, who had seen him look so much worse, had not thought of it, and it overcame Laura more than all her anxieties lest his love should be forfeited. She sobbed inconsolably over the alteration, and it was long before Amabel could get her to hear that his face was much less thin now, and it was altogether much stronger. It was fatigue and anxiety to-night, and to-morrow he would be better. Laura proceeded to brood over her belief that his altered demeanour, his settled melancholy, his not seeking her eye, his cold shake of the hand, all arose from the diminution of his love, and his dislike to be encumbered with a weak, foolish wife, with whom he had entangled himself when he deemed her worthy of him. She dwelt on all this in silence as she sat at her sister's feet, and Amy left her to think, only now and then giving some caress to her hair or cheek, and at each touch the desolate waste of life that poor Laura was unfolding before herself was rendered less dreary by the thought, "I have my sister still, and she knows sorrow too." Then she half envied Amy, who had lost her dearest by death, and held his heart fast to the last, not, like herself, doomed to see the love decay for which he had endured so long, decay at the very moment when the suspense was over. Laura might justly have envied Amabel, though for another reason. It was because in her cup there was no poison of her own infusing. There she stayed till Charlotte came to summon her to tea, saying the gentlemen, except Charles, were still in the dining-room. They had remained sitting over the fire for a considerable space, waiting for each other to begin, Mr. Edmonston irresolute, Philip striving to master his feelings, and to prevent increasing pain and confusion from making him forget what he intended to say. At last Mr. Edmonston started up, pulled out his keys, took a candle, and said, Come to the study. I'll give you the Redclyffe papers." "Thank you," said Philip, also rising, but only because he could not sit while his uncle stood. "Not to-night, if you please. I could not attend to them." "What, your head, eh?" "Partly. Besides, there is another subject on which I hope you will set me at rest before I can enter on any other." "Yes, yes, I know," said Mr. Edmonston, moving uneasily. "I am perfectly conscious how deeply I have offended." Mr. Edmonston could not endure the apology. "Well, well," he broke in nervously, "I know all that, and it can't be helped. Say no more about it. Young people will be foolish, and I've been young and in love myself." That Captain Morville should live to be thankful for being forgiven in consideration of Mr. Edmonston's having been young! "May I then consider myself as pardoned, and as having obtained your sanction?" "Yes, yes, yes, and I hope it will cheer poor Laura up again a little. 4 years had it gone on. Constancy indeed, and it is time it should be rewarded. We little thought what you were up to, so grave and demure as you both were. So you won't have the papers to-night? I can't say you do look fit for business. Perhaps Laura may suit you better, eh, Philip?" Love-making was such a charming sight to Mr. Edmonston, that having once begun to look on Philip and Laura as a pair of lovers, he could not help being delighted, and forgetting, as well as forgiving, all that had been wrong. They did not, however, exactly answer his ideas. Laura did not once look up, and Philip, instead of going boldly to take the place next her, sat down, holding his hand to his forehead, as if too much overpowered by indisposition to think of anything else. Such was in great measure the case. He was very much fatigued with the journey, and these different agitating scenes had increased the pain in his head to a violent degree. Besides which, feeling that his aunt still regarded him as she did at Réquillart, he could not bear to make any demonstration towards Laura before her, lest she might think it a sort of triumphant disregard of her just displeasure. Poor Laura saw in it both severe suffering and dislike to her, and the more she understood from her father's manner what had passed in the other room, the more she honoured him for the sacrifice he was making of himself. Mrs. Edmonston waited on the headache with painful attention, but they all felt that the only thing to be done for the two poor things was to let them come to an explanation. So Charlotte was sent to bed, her mother went up to Amy, Charles carried off his father to the study, and they found themselves alone. Laura held down her face, and struggled to make her palpitating heart and dry tongue suffer her to begin the words to which she had wound herself up. Philip raised his hands from his eyes as the door shut, then rose up and fixed them on Laura. She, too, looked up as if to begin. Their eyes met, and they understood all. He stepped towards her and held out his hands. The next moment both hers were clasped in his. He had bent down and kissed her brow. No words of explanation passed between them. Laura knew he was her own, and needed no assurance that her misgivings had been vain. There was a start of extreme joy, such as she had known twice before, but it could be only for a moment, while he looked so wretchedly unwell. It did but give her the right to attend to him. The first thing she said was to beg him to lie down on the sofa. Her only care was to make him comfortable with cushions, and he was too entirely worn out to say anything he had intended, capable only of giving himself up to the repose of knowing her entirely his own, and of having her to take care of him. There he lay on the sofa, with his eyes shut, and Laura's hand in his, while she sat beside him, neither of them speaking, and excepting that she withdrew her hand, neither moved when the others returned. Mrs. Edmonston compassionated him, and showed a great deal of solicitude about him, trying hard to regard him as she used to do, yet unable to bring back the feeling, and therefore do what she would, failing to wear its semblance. Laura, sad, anxious, and restless, had no relief till she went to wish her sister good night. Amabel, who was already in bed, stretched out her hand with a sweet look, beaming with affection and congratulation. "You don't want to be convinced now that all is right," said she. "His head is so dreadfully bad," said Laura. "Ah, it will get better now his mind is at rest." "If it will but do so." And you know you must be happy tomorrow because of baby." "My dear," said Mrs. Edmonston, coming in, "I am sorry to prevent your talk, but Amy must not be kept awake. She must keep her strength for tomorrow." "Good night, then, dear, dear Laura. I am so glad your trouble is over, and you have him again," whispered Amabel, with a parting kiss, and Laura went away, better able to hope, to pray, and to rest than she could have thought possible when she left the drawing-room. "Poor dear Laura," said Mrs. Edmonston, sighing. "I hope he will soon be better." "Has it been very uncomfortable?" "I can't say much for it, my dear. He was suffering terribly with his head, so that I should have been quite alarmed if he had not said it was apt to get worse in the evening, and she, poor thing, was only watching him. However, it is a comfort to have matters settled, and papa and Charlie are well pleased with him. But I must not keep you awake after driving Laura away. You are not overtired tonight, I hope, my dear?" "Oh no, only sleepy. Good night, dearest mamma." "Good night, my own Amy." Then, as Amy put back the coverings to show the little face nestled to sleep on her bosom, "Good night, you little darling. Don't disturb your mamma. How comfortable you look. Good night, my dearest." Mrs. Edmonston looked for a moment, while trying to check the tears that came at the thought of the night, one brief year ago, when she left Amy sleeping in the light of the Easter moon. Yet the sense of peace and serenity that had then given a special loveliness to the maiden's chamber on that night was there still with the young widow. It was dim lamplight now that beamed on the portrait of her husband, casting on it the shade of the little wooden cross in front, while she was shaded by the white curtains drawn from her bed round the infant's little cot, so as to shut them both into the quiet twilight, where she lay with an expression of countenance that, though it was not sorrow, made Mrs. Edmonston more ready to weep than if it had been. So with a last good night she left her. And Amabel always liked to be shut in by herself, dearly as she loved them all, and mamma especially. There was always something pleasant in being able to return to her own world, to rest in the thoughts of her husband, and in the possession of the little unconscious creature that had come to inhabit that inner world of hers, the creature that was only his and hers. She had from the first always felt herself less lonely when quite alone, before with his papers, and now with his child. And could Mrs. Edmonston have seen her face, she would have wept and wondered more, as Amy fondled and hushed her babe, whispering to it fond words which she could never have uttered in the presence of any one who could understand them, and which had much of her extreme youthfulness in them. Not one was so often repeated or so endearing as "Guy's baby, Guy's own dear little girl." It did not mean half so much when she called it her baby, and she loved to tell the little one that her father had been the best and the dearest, but he was gone away, and would she be contented to be loving and good, with only her mother to take care of her, and tell her, as well as she could, what a father hers was, when she was old enough to know about him. To-night Amy told her much in that soft, solemn, murmuring tone about what was to befall her to-morrow, and the great blessings to be given to her, and how the poor little fatherless one would be embraced in the arms of his mercy, and received by her great Father in heaven. "Ay, and brought nearer to your own papa, and know him in some inner way, and he will know his little child then, for you will be as good and pure and bright as he, and you will belong to the great communion of saints to-morrow, you precious little one, and be so much nearer to him as you will be so much better than I. Oh, baby, if we can but both endure to the end." With such half-uttered words Amabel Morville slept the night before her babe's christening. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 41. A stranger's roof to hold thy head, a stranger's foot thy grave to tread, desert and rock and alp and sea, spreading between thy home and thee. Sewell. Mary Ross was eager for the first report from Holywell the next morning, and had some difficulty in keeping her attention fixed on her class at school. Laura and Charlotte came in together in due time, and satisfied her so far as to tell her that Amy was very well. "Is Captain Morville come?" thought Mary. "No, I cannot guess by Laura's impressive face. Never mind. Charles will tell me all between services." The first thing she saw on coming out of school was the pony carriage, with Charles and Captain Morville himself. Charlotte, who was all excitement, had time to say while her sister was out of hearing, "It is all made up now, Mary, and I really am very sorry for Philip." It was fortunate that Mary understood the amiable meaning this speech was intended to convey, and she began to enter into its grounds in the short conference after church, when she saw the alteration in the whole expression of countenance. "Yes," said Charles, who as usual remained at the vicarage during the 2 services, and who perceived what passed in her mind. "If it is any satisfaction to you to have a good opinion of your fellow sponsor, I assure you that I am converted to Amy's opinion. I do believe the black dog is off his back for good and all." "I never saw any one more changed," said Mary. "Regularly tamed," said Charles. "He is something more like his old self to-day than last night, and yet not much. He was perfectly overpowered then, so knocked up that there was no judging of him. To-day he has all his sedateness and scrupulous attention, but all like a shadow of former time, not a morsel of sententiousness, and seeming positively grateful to be treated in the old fashion. He looks very thin and pale. Do you think him recovered?" "A good way from it," said Charles. "He is pretty well to-day, comparatively, though that obstinate headache hangs about him. If this change lasts longer than that, and his white looks, I shall not even grudge him the sponsorship Amy owed me." "Very magnanimous," said Mary. "Poor Laura! I am glad her suspense is over. I wonder to see her at school." "They are very sad and sober lovers, and it is the best way of not making themselves unbearable, considering— well, that was a different matter. How little we should have believed it if any one had told us last year what would be the state of affairs to-day. By the by, Amy's godson is christened to-day." "Who?" "Didn't you hear that the Ashfords managed to get Amy asked if she would dislike their calling their boy by that name we shall never hear again? And she was very much pleased, and made offer in her own pretty way to be godmother. I wonder how Markham endures it. I believe he is nearly crazy. He wrote me word he should certainly have given up all concern with Redclyffe, but for the especial desire of— What a state of mind he will be in when he remembers how he has been abusing the captain to me." The afternoon was fresh and clear, and there was a spring brightness in the sunshine that Amabel took as a greeting to her little maiden, as she was carried along the churchyard path. Many an eye was bent on the mother and child, especially on the slight form, unseen since she had last walked down the aisle, her arm linked in her bridegroom's. Little Amy Edmonston, as they had scarcely learned to cease from calling her, before she was among them again, the widowed Lady Morville. And with those kind looks of compassion for her were joined many affectionate mourning thoughts of the young husband and father, lying far away in his foreign grave, and endeared by kindly remembrances to almost all present. There was much of pity for his unconscious infant, and tears were shed at the thought of what the wife must be suffering. But if the face could have been seen beneath the thick crape folds of her veil, it would have shown no tears, only a sweet, calm look of peace, and almost gladness. The babe was on her knees when the time for the christening came. She was awake, and now and then making a little sound, and as she was quieter with her than anyone else, Amabel thought she might herself carry her to the font. It was deep, grave happiness to stand there, with her child in her arms, and with an undefined sense that she was not alone, as if in some manner her husband was present with her, praying with her prayers and joining in offering up their treasure. When the babe was received into Mr. Ross's arms, and Amy, putting back her veil, gazed up with a wistful but serene look. To her life's end? Therewith came a vision of the sunrise at Ricora, and the more glorious dawn that had shone in Guy's dying smile, and Amabel knew what would be her best prayer for his little Mary Verena, as she took her back, the drops glistening on her brow, her eyes open and arms outspread. It was at that moment that Amabel was first thrilled with a look in her child that was like its father. She had earnestly and often sought a resemblance without being able honestly to own that she perceived any. But now, though she knew not in what it consisted, there was something in that baby face that recalled him more vividly than picture or memory. Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. Those words seemed to come from her own heart. She had brought Guy's daughter to be baptized, and completed his work of pardon, and she had a yearning to be departing in peace, whither her sunshine was gone. But he had told her not to wish that his child should be motherless. She had to train her to be fit to meet him. The sunshine was past, but she had plenty to do in the shade, and it was for his sake. She would, therefore, be content to remain to fulfill her duties among the dear ones to whom he had trusted her for comfort, and with the sense of renewed communion with him that she had found in returning again to church. So felt Amabel as she entered into the calm that followed the 1 year in which she had passed through the great events of life, and known the chief joy and deepest grief that she could ever experience. It was far otherwise with her sister. Laura's term of trouble seemed to be ending, and the spring of life beginning to dawn on her. Doubt and fear were past. She and Philip were secure of each other. He was pardoned, and they could be together without apprehension, or playing tricks with their consciences. But she had as yet scarcely been able to spend any time with him, and as Charles said, their ways were far more grave and less lover-like than would have seemed natural after their long separation. In truth, romantic and uncalculating as their attachment was, they never had been lover-like. They had never had any fears or doubts. Her surrender of her soul had been total, and every thought, feeling, and judgment had taken its colour from him as entirely as if she had been a wife of many years' standing. She never opened her mind to perceive that he had led her to act wrongly, and all her unhappiness had been from anxiety for him, not repentance on her own account. For so complete was her idolatry that she entirely overlooked her failure in duty to her parents. It took her by surprise when, as they set out together that evening to walk home from East Hill, he said, as soon as they were apart from the village, "Laura, you have more to forgive than all." "Don't speak so, Philip. Pray don't." Do you think I would not have borne far more unhappiness willingly for your sake? Is it not all forgotten as if it had not been?" "It is not unhappiness I meant," he replied, "though I cannot bear to think of what you have undergone. Unhappiness enough have I caused indeed. But I meant that you have to forgive the advantage I took of your reliance on me to lead you into error, when you were too young to know what it amounted to." "It was not an engagement," faltered Laura. "Laura, don't, for mercy's sake, recall my own hateful sophistries," exclaimed Philip, as if unable to control the pain it gave him. "I have had enough of that from my sister." Then softening instantly, "It was self-deceit, a deception first of myself, then of you. You had not experience enough to know whither I was leading you, till I had involved you, and when the sight of death showed me the fallacy of the salve to my conscience, I had nothing for it but to confess, and leave you to bear the consequences. Oh, Laura, when I think of my conduct towards you, it seems even worse than that towards your brother-in-law." His low, stern tone of bitter suffering and self-reproach was something new and frightful to Laura. She clung to his arm and tried to say, "Oh, don't speak in that way. You know you meant the best. You could not help being mistaken." "If I did know any such thing, Laura, but the misery of perceiving that my imagined anxiety for his good indeed, was but a cloak for my personal enmity, you can little guess it." Laura tried to say that appearances were against Guy, but he would not hear. "If they were, I triumphed in them. I see now that a shade of honest desire to see him exculpated would have enabled me to find the clue. If I had gone to St. Mildred's at once, interrogated him as a friend, seen Wellwood. But dwelling on the ifs of the last 2 years can bring nothing but distraction," he added, pausing suddenly. "And remember," said Laura, "that dear Guy himself was always grateful to you. He always upheld that you acted for his good. Oh, the way he took it was the one comfort I had last year." "The acutest sting, and yet the only balm," murmured Philip. "See, Laura," and he opened the first leaf of Guy's prayer book, which he had been using at the christening. A whispered "Dear Guy" was the best answer she could make, and the tears were in her eyes. "He was so very kind to me when he saw me that unhappy wedding day." "Did Amy tell you his last words to me?" "No," said Laura. "God bless you and my sister," he repeated so low that she could hardly hear. "Amy left that for you to tell," said Laura as her tears streamed fast. "How can we speak of her, Philip?" "Only as an angel of pardon and peace," he answered. "I don't know how to tell you of all her kindness," said Laura. Half the bitterness of it seemed to be over when once she was in the house again, and all the winter, going into her room was like going into some peaceful place where one must find comfort. "Spirits of peace, where are ye?" I could have said when I saw her drive away at Recora, and carry all good angels with her, except those that could not but hover round that grave. How very sad it must have been, "Don't speak of it, don't ask me of it," said Philip hastily. "There is nothing in my mind but a tumult of horror and darkness, that it is madness to remember. Tell me of yourself. Tell me that you have not been hurt by all that I have brought on you." "Oh, no," said Laura. "Besides, that is all at an end." "All at an end! Laura, I fear in joining your fate to mine, you will find care and grief by no means at an end. You must be content to marry a saddened, remorseful man, broken down in health and spirits, his whole life embittered by that fatal remembrance, forced to endure an inheritance that seems to have come like the prosperity of the wicked. Yet you are ready to take all this? Then, Laura, that precious, most precious love that has endured through all will be the one drop of comfort through the rest of my life." She could but hear such words with thrills of rejoicing affection. And on they walked, Laura trembling and struck with sorrow at the depth of repentance he now and then disclosed, though not in the least able to fathom it, thinking it all his nobleness of mind, justifying him to herself, idolizing him too much to own he had ever been wrong. Yet the innate power of tact and sympathy teaching her no longer to combat his self-reproaches and repeat his former excuses, but rather to say something soothing and caressing, or put in some note of thankfulness and admiration of Amy and Guy. This was the best thing she could do for him, as she was not capable, like Amy, of acknowledging that his repentance was well-founded. She was a nurse, not a physician to the wounded spirit. But a very good and gentle nurse she was, and the thorough enjoyment of her affection and sympathy, the opening into confidence, and the freedom from doubt and suspense, were comforts that were doing him good every hour. The christening party consisted only of the Rosses and Dr. Mayerne, who had joined them at East Hill Church, and walked home with Mr. Edmonston. They could not have been without him, so grateful were they for his kindness all through their anxious winter, and Mr. Edmonston was well pleased to tell him on the way home that they might look to having a wedding in the family. It had been a very long attachment, constancy as good as a story, and he could all along have told what was the matter when mamma was calling in the doctor to account for Laura's looking pale. The doctor was not surprised at the news, for perhaps he too had had some private theory about those pale looks, but knowing pretty well the sentiments Charles had entertained the winter before last, he was curious to find out how he regarded this engagement. Charles spoke of it in the most ready, cordial way. "Well, doctor, so you have heard our news. I flatter myself we have as tall and handsome a pair of lovers to exhibit here as any in the United Kingdom, when we have fattened him a little into condition." "Never was there a better match," said Dr. Mayerne, "made for each other all along. One could not see them without feeling it was the first chapter of a novel." When Mrs. Edmonston came in, the doctor was a little taken aback. He thought her mind must be with poor Sir Guy, and was afraid the lovers had been in such haste as to pain Lady Morville, for there was a staidness and want of épongement du cœur of answering that was very unlike her usual warm manner. At dinner Mr. Edmonston was in high spirits, delighted at Amy's recovery, happy to have a young man about the house again, charmed to see two lovers together, pleased that Laura should be mistress of Redclyffe, since it could not belong to Amy's child. Altogether as joyous as ever. His wife, being at ease about Amy, did her best to smile and even laugh, though sad at heart all the time, as she missed the father from the christening feast, and thought how happy she had been in that far different reunion last year. It might be the same with Charles, but the outward effect was exhibited in lively nonsense. Charlotte's spirits were rising fast, and only Philip and Laura themselves were grave and silent. She the more so because she was disappointed to find that the one walk back from East Hill, much as he had enjoyed it, had greatly tired Philip. However, the others talked enough without them, and Mr. Edmonston was very happy, drinking the health of Miss Morville, and himself carrying a bit of the christening cake to the mamma in the drawing-room. There sat Amabel by the fire, knowing that from henceforth she must exert herself to take part in the cheerfulness of the house, and willing to join the external rejoicing in her child's christening, or at least not to damp it by remaining upstairs. Yet any one but Mr. Edmonston would have seen more sadness than pleasure in the sweet smile with which she met and thanked him. But they were cheerful tones in which she replied, and in her presence everything was hushed and gentle, subdued, yet not mournful. The spirit of that evening was only recognized after it was past, and then it ever grew fairer and sweeter in recollection, so as never to be forgotten by any of those who shared it. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 42. She was not changed when sorrow came, that awed and sternest men. It rather seemed she kept her flame to comfort us till then. But sorrow passed and others smiled, with happiness once more, and she drew back the spirit mild she still had been before. S.R. Philip's marriage could not take place at once. No one said, but every one felt, that it must not be talked of till the end of Amabel's first year of widowhood, and in the meantime Philip remained at Holywell, gaining strength every day, making more progress in 1 week than he had done in 6 at St. Mildred's, finding that, as his strength returned, his mind and memory regained their tone, and he was as capable as ever of applying to business, and, above all, much settled and comforted by some long conversations with Mr. Ross. Still he could not endure the thought of being at Redclyffe. The business connected with it was always performed with pain and dislike, and he shrank with suffering at every casual mention of his going thither. Mrs. Edmonston began to wonder whether he could mean to linger at Holywell all summer, and Amabel had some fears that he would end in his neglecting Redclyffe, till a letter arrived from Lord Thorndale, saying that his brother, the member for Morworth, had long been thinking of giving up his seat, and latterly had only waited in hope that the succession at Redclyffe might come to Philip Morville. Morworth was entirely under the Thorndale and Morville interest, and Lord Thorndale wrote to propose that Philip should come forward at once, inviting him to Thorndale instead of going to his own empty house. To be in Parliament had been one of the favourite visions of Philip's youth, and for that very reason he hesitated, taking it as one of the strange fulfilments of his desires that had become punishments. He could not but feel that as this unhappy load of wealth had descended on him, he was bound to make it as beneficial as he could to others, and not seeking for rest or luxury, to stand in the gap where every good man and true was needed. But still he dreaded his old love of distinction. He disliked a London life for Laura, and he thought that, precarious as his health had become, it might expose her to much anxiety, since he was determined that if he undertook it at all, he would never be an idle member. It ended in his referring the decision to Laura, who, disliking London, fearful for his health, eager for his glory, and reluctant to keep back such a champion from the battle, was much perplexed, only desirous to say what he wished, yet not able to make out what that might be. She carried her doubts to Charles and Amabel, who both pronounced that the thought of going to Redcliffe seemed far worse for him than any degree of employment, that occupation of the mind was the best thing for his spirits, and ended by recommending that Dr. Mayerne should be consulted. He was of the same opinion. He said a man could hardly have two fevers following, and one of them upon the brain, without having reason to remember them; that his constitution had been seriously weakened, and there was an excitability of brain and nerves which made care requisite; but depression of spirits was the chief thing to guard against, and a London life, provided he did not overwork himself, was better for him than solitude at Redcliffe. Accordingly Philip went to Thorndaile, and was returned for Morworth without opposition. Markham sent his nephew to transact business with him at Thorndaile, for he could not bear to meet him himself, and while there was any prospect of his coming to Redcliffe, walked about in paroxysms of grunting and ill humour. The report that Mr. Morville was engaged to the other Miss Edmonstone did but render him more furious, for he regarded as a sort of outrage to Lady Morville's feeling that a courtship should be carried on in the house with her. She was at present the object of all his devoted affection for the family, and he would not believe that she had been as much disappointed at the birth of her daughter as he was himself. He would not say one word against Mr. Morville, but looked and growled enough to make Mr. Ashford afraid that the new squire would find him very troublesome. The Ashfords were in a state of mind themselves to think that Mr. Morville ought to be everything excellent to make up for succeeding Sir Guy; but having a very high opinion of him to begin with, they were very sorry to find all Redcliffe set against him. In common with the parish, they were very anxious for the first report of his arrival, and at length he came. James Thorndaile, as before, drove him thither, coming to the Ashfords while he was busy with Markham. He would not go up to the park; he only went through some necessary business with Markham, and then walked down to the Cove, afterwards sitting for about 10 minutes in Mrs. Ashford's drawing room. The result of the visit was that old James Robinson reported that the new squire took on as much about poor Sir Guy as any one could do, and turned as pale as if he had been going into a swoon when he spoke his name and gave Ben his message. But as to poor Ben, the old man said he regularly did cry like a child, and small blame to him to hear that Sir Guy had took thought of him at such a time and so far away, and he verily believed Ben could never take again to his bad ways after such a message as that. Markham was gruff with the Robinsons for some time after, and was even heard to mutter something about worshipping the rising sun, an act of idolatry of which he could not be accused, since it was in the most grudging manner that he allowed that Mr. Morville's sole anxiety seemed to be to continue all Sir Guy had undertaken; while Mrs. Ashford, on the other hand, was much affected by the account her cousin James had been giving her of the grief that he had suffered at Sir Guy's death, his long illness, his loss of spirits, the reluctance he had shown to come here at all, and his present unconquerable dread of going to the park. He was soon after in London, where, as far as could be judged in such early days, he seemed likely to distinguish himself according to the fondest hopes that Margaret or Laura could ever have entertained. Laura was only afraid he was overworking himself, especially as, having at present little command of ready money, he lived in a small lodging, kept no horse, and did not enter into society. But she was reassured when he came to Holywell for a day or two at Whitsuntide, not having indeed regained flesh or colour, but appearing quite well, in better spirits, and very eager about political affairs. All would have been right that summer, but that, as Philip observed, the first evening of his arrival, Amabel was not looking as well as she had done at the time of the christening. She had, just after it, tried her strength and spirits too much, and had ever since been not exactly unwell, but sad and weary, more dejected than ever before, unable to bear the sight of flowers or the sound of music, and evidently suffering much under the recurrence of the season, which had been that of her great happiness, the summer sunshine, the long evenings, the nightingale's songs. She was fatigued by the most trifling exertion, and seemed able to take interest in nothing but her baby, and a young widow in the village who was in a decline. And though she was willing to do all that was asked of her, it was in a weary, melancholy manner, as if she had no peace but in being allowed to sit alone, drooping over her child. From society she especially shrunk, avoiding every chance of meeting visitors, and distressed and harassed when her father brought home some of his casual dinner guests, and was vexed not to see her come into the drawing-room in the evening. If she did make the effort of coming, to please him, she was so sure to be the worse for it that her mother would keep her upstairs the next time, and try to prevent her from knowing that her father was put out, and declared it was nonsense to expect poor Amy to get up her spirits when she never saw a living soul, and only sat moping in the dressing-room. A large dinner party did not interfere with her, for even he could not expect her to appear at it, and one of these he gave during Philip's visit, for the pleasure of exhibiting such company as the MP for Morworth. After dinner, Charlotte told Mary Ross to go and see Amy. Not finding her in the dressing-room, she knocked at her own door. "Come in," answered the low, soft voice, and in the window, overhung by the long shoots of the roses, Amabel's close cap and small head were seen against the deep blue evening sky, as she sat in the summer twilight, her little one asleep in her cot. "Thank you for coming," said she. "I thought you would not mind sitting here with baby and me. I have sent Anne out walking." "How pretty she looks," said Mary, stooping over the infant. "Sleep is giving her quite a colour, and how fast she grows." "Poor little woman," said Amy, sighing. "Tired, Amy?" said Mary, sitting down and taking up the little lamb's-wool shoe that Amy had been knitting. "No, thank you," said Amy, with another sigh. "I am afraid you are. You have been walking to Alice Lamsden's again." "I don't think that tires me. Indeed, I believe the truth is," and her voice sounded especially sad in the subdued tone in which she spoke, that she might not disturb the child, "I am not so much tired with what I do, which is little enough, as of the long, long life that is before me." Mary's heart was full, but she did not show her thought otherwise than by a look towards the babe. "Yes, poor little darling," said Amabel. "I know there is double quantity to be done for her, but I am so sorry for her, when I think she must grow up without knowing him." "She has you, though," Mary could not help saying, as she felt that Amabel was superior to all save her husband. Perhaps Amy did not hear. She went up to the cot and went on. "If he had but once seen her, if she had but had one kiss, one touch that I could tell her of by and by, it would not seem as if she was so very fatherless. Oh no, baby, I must wait, that you may know something about him, for no one else can tell you so well what he was, though I can't tell much." She presently returned to her seat. "No, I don't believe I really wish I was like poor Alice," said she. "I hope not. I am sure I don't for her sake. But, Mary, I never knew till I was well again how much I had reckoned on dying when she was born. I did not think I was wishing it, but it seemed likely, and I was obliged to arrange things in case of it. Then somehow, as he came back last spring, after that sad winter, it seemed as if this spring, though he would not come back to me, I might be going to him." "But then she comforted you." "Yes, that she did, my precious one. I was so glad of her. It was a sort of having him again, and so it is still sometimes, and will be more so, I dare say. I'm very thankful to her, indeed I am, and I hope I am not repining, for it does not signify after all, in the end, if I am weary and lonesome sometimes. I wish I was sure it was not wrong. I know I don't wish to alter things." "No, I'm sure you don't." "Ah," said Amabel, smiling, "it is only the child, silly little Amy, that does feel such a heart-aching and longing for one glance of his eye, or touch of his hand, or sound of his foot in the passage. Oh, Mary, the worst of all is to wake up after dreaming I have heard his voice. There is nothing for it but to take our baby and hold her very tight. Dearest Amy, but you are not blaming yourself for these feelings? It might be wrong to indulge them and foster them, but while you struggle with them they can't in themselves be wrong." "I hope not," said Amabel, pausing to think. "Yes, I have the joy at the bottom still. I know it is all quite right, and it came straight from heaven, as he said. I can get happy very often when I am by myself, or at church with him. It is only when I miss his bright outside, and can't think myself into the inner part, that it is so forlorn and dreary. I can do pretty well alone, only I wish I could help being so troublesome and disagreeable to everybody," said Amy, concluding in a matter-of-fact tone. "My dear," said Mary, almost laughing, "it is so stupid of me to be always poorly, and making mamma anxious when there's nothing the matter with me, and I know I am a check on them downstairs, papa and Charlotte and all. They're very kind, considerate, and yet—" she paused, "and it is a naughty feeling, but when I feel all those dear kind eyes watching me always, and wanting me to be happy, it is rather oppressive, especially when I can't. But if I try not to disappoint them, I do make such a bad hand of it, and I am sure to break down afterwards, and that grieves mamma all the more." "It will be better when this time of the year is over," said Mary. "Perhaps, yes. He always seemed to belong to summer days, and to come with them. Well, I suppose trials always come in a different shape from what one expects. For I used to think I could bear all the doom with him, but I did not know it would be without him. And yet that is the best. Oh, baby!" "I should not have come to disturb her." "No, never mind. She never settles fairly to sleep till we are shut in by ourselves. Hush, hush, darling. No? Will nothing do but being taken up? Well then, there. Come and show your godmamma what a black fringe those little wakeful eyes are getting." And when Mary went down it was with the conviction that those black eyelashes, too marked to be very pretty in so young a babe, were more of a comfort to Amabel than anything she could say. The evening wore on, and at length Laura came into her sister's room. She looked fagged and harassed, the old face she used to wear in a time of disguise and secrecy. Amabel asked if it had been a tiresome party. "Yes, no, I don't know, just like others," said Laura. "You're tired, at any rate," said Amabel. "You took too long a ride with Philip. I saw you come in very late." "I'm not in the least tired, thank you." "Then he is," said Amabel. "I hope he has not one of his headaches again." "No," said Laura, still in a dissatisfied, uncomfortable tone. "No? Dear Laura, I am sure there is something wrong," and with a little more of her winning, pleading kindness, she drew from Laura that Philip had told her she idolized him. He told her so very gently and kindly, but he had said that she idolized him in a manner that was neither good for herself nor him, and he went on to blame himself for it, which was what she could not bear. It had been rankling in her mind ever since that he had found fault with her for loving him so well, and it had made her very unhappy. She could not love him less, and how should she please him? She had much rather he had blamed her than himself. "I think I see what he means," said Amy thoughtfully. "He has grown afraid of himself, and afraid of being admired now." "But how am I to help that, Amy?" said Laura, with tears in her eyes. "He cannot help being the first, the very first of all with me." "No, no," said Amy quickly, "not the very first, or what would you do if you were to be—like me? Don't turn away, dear Laura. I don't think I could ever bear this at all, if dear Guy had not kept it always before my eyes from the very first that we were to look for something else besides each other." "Of course I meant the first earthly thing," said Laura, but it was not heartfelt. She knew she ought, therefore she thought she did. "And so," proceeded Amy, "I think if that other is first, it would make you have some other standard of right beside himself. Then you would be a stay and help to him. I think that is what he means." "Amy, let me ask you," said Laura, a little entreatingly, yet as if she must needs put the question. "Surely you never thought Guy had faults?" Her colour deepened. "Yes, Laura," she answered firmly. "I could not have understood his repentance if I had not thought so. and dear Laura, if you will forgive me for saying it, it would be much better for yourself and Philip if you would see the truth." "I thought you forgave him," murmured Laura. "Oh, Laura, but does not that word forgive imply something? I could not have done anything to comfort him that day if I had not believed he had something to be comforted for. It can't be pleasant to him to see you think his repentance vain. It is noble and great, but if it were not real it would be thrown away. Besides, dear Laura, do let me say this for once, if you would but understand that you let him lead you into what was not right, and be really sorry for that, and show mamma that you are, I do think it would all begin much more happily when you are married." "I could never have told till I was obliged to betray myself," said Laura. "You know, Amy, it was no engagement. We never wrote to each other. We had but one walk. It was no business of his to speak till he could hope for papa's consent to our marriage. It would have been all confusion if he had told, and that would have been only that we had always loved each other with all our hearts, which every one knew before. Yet, Laura, it was what preyed on him when he thought he was dying." "Because it was the only thing like a fault he could think of," said Laura, excited by this shade of blame to defend him vehemently. "Because his scruples are high and noble and generous." She spoke so eagerly that the baby's voice again broke on the conversation, and she was obliged to go away. But though her idolatry was complete, it did not seem to give full satisfaction or repose. As to Philip, though his love for her was unchanged, it now and then was felt, though not owned by him, that she was not fully a helpmeet, only a self, not such a self as he had left at St. Mildred's, but still reflecting on him his former character, instead of aiding him to a new one. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43, Part 1 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 43, Part 1. But nature, to its inmost part, faith had refined, and to her heart a peaceful cradle given. Calm as the dewdrops free to rest Within a breeze-fanned rose's breast, Till it exhales to heaven. Wordsworth. It had been long a promise that Mr. Edmundson should take Charlotte to visit her grandmamma in Ireland. They would have gone last autumn, but for Guy's illness, and now Aunt Charlotte wrote to hasten the performance of the project. Lady Mabel was very anxious to see them, she said, and having grown much more infirm of late, seemed to think that it would be the last meeting with her son. She talked so much of Mrs. Edmundson and Laura, that it was plain that she wished extremely for a visit from them, though she did not like to ask it, in the present state of the family. A special invitation was sent to Bustle. Indeed, Charles and Charlotte could not have gone without his permission, for he reigned like a tyrant over her, evidently believing her created for no purpose but to wait on him, and to take him to walk. Laura was a great favourite at the cottage of Kilcoran, and felt she ought to offer to go. Philip fully agreed, and held out home hopes of following as soon as the session was over, and he had been to Redclyffe about some business that had been deferred too long. And it now appeared that Mr. Edmundson had a great desire to take his wife, and she herself said, that under any other circumstances she should have been very desirous of going. She had not been to Ireland for 15 years, and was sorry to have seen so little of her mother-in-law, and now that it had been proved that Charles could exist without her, she would not have hesitated to leave him, but for Amabel's state of health and spirits, which made going from home out of the question. Charles and Amabel did not think so. It was not to be endured that when grandmamma wished for her she should stay at home for them without real necessity. Besides, the fatigue, anxiety, and sorrow she had undergone of late had told on her and made her alter perceptibly, from being remarkably fresh and youthful to being somewhat aged. And the change to a new scene, where she could not be distressing herself at every failure in cheerfulness of poor Amy's, was just the thing to do her good. Amabel was not afraid of the sole charge of Charles or of the baby, for she had been taught too well to manage for herself. She understood Charles very well, and had too much quiet good sense to be fanciful about her very healthy baby. Though she was inexperienced, with the old nurse hard by, and Dr. Mayerne at Broadstone, there was no fear of her not having good counsel enough. She was glad to be of some use, by enabling her mother to leave Charles, and her only fear was of being dull company for him. But as he was so kind as to bear it, she would do her best, and perhaps their neighbours would come and enliven him sometimes. Charles threw his influence into the same scale. His affectionate observation had shown him that it oppressed Amabel's spirits to be the object of such constant solicitude, and he was convinced it would be better for her, both to have some necessary occupation, and to be free from that perpetual mournful watching of her mother's that caused her to make the efforts to be cheerful which did her more harm than anything else. To let her alone to look and speak as she pleased without the fear of paining and disappointing those she loved, keep the house quiet, and give her the employment of household cares and attending on himself, was, he thought, the best thing for her, and he was full of eagerness and pleasure at the notion of being of service to her, if only by being good for nothing but to be waited on. He thought privately that the spring of his mother's mind had been so much injured by the grief she had herself suffered for her son Guy, her cruel disappointment in Laura, and the way in which she threw herself into all Amy's affliction, that there was a general depression in her way of observing and attending Amy, which did further harm, and that to change the current of her thoughts, and bring her home refreshed and inspirited, would be the beginning of improvement in all, or, as he expressed it to Dr. Mayerne, we shall set off on a new tack. His counsel and Mr. Edmonston's wishes at length decided mamma, on condition that Mary Ross and Dr. Mayerne would promise to write on alternate weeks a full report, moral and physical, as Charles called it. So in due time the goods were packed. Mrs. Edmondson cried heartily over the baby, advised Amabel endlessly about her, and finally looked back through her tears, as she drove away, to see Charles nodding and waving his hand at the bay window, and Amabel standing with her parting smile and good-bye on the steps. The reports, moral and physical, proved that Charles had judged wisely. Amabel was less languid, as she had more cause for exertion, and seemed relieved by the absence of noise and hurry, spending more time downstairs, and appearing less weary in the evening. She still avoided the garden, but she began to like short drives with her brother in the pony carriage, when he drove on in silence, and let her lean back and gaze up into the sky, or into the far distance, undisturbed. Now and then he would be rejoiced by a bright, genuine smile, perfectly refreshing, at some of the pretty ways of the babe, a small but plump and lively creature, beginning to grasp with her hands, laugh and gaze about with eyes that gave promise of the peculiar colour and brilliancy of her father's. Amabel was afraid she might be tempted into giving Charles too much of the little lady's society, but he was very fond of her, regarding her with an odd mixture of curiosity and amusement, much entertained with watching what he called her unaccountable manners, and greatly flattered when he could succeed in attracting her notice. Indeed, the first time she looked full at him with a smile on the verge of a laugh, it completely overcame him by the indescribably forcible manner in which it suddenly recalled the face which had always shone on him like a sunbeam. Above all, it was worth anything to see the looks she awoke in her mother, for which he must have loved her, even had she not been Guy's child. In the evening, especially on Sunday, Amabel would sometimes talk to him, as she had never yet been able to do, about her last summer's journey, and her stay at Ricora, and his way of listening and answering had in it something that gave her great pleasure, while, on his side, he deemed every fresh word of Guy's a sort of treasure for which to be grateful to her. The brother and sister were a great help and happiness to each other. Amabel found herself restored to Charles, as Guy had liked to think of her, and Charles felt as if the old childish fancies were fulfilled, in which he and Amy were always to keep house together. He was not in the least dull, and though his good-natured visitors in the morning were welcome, and received with plenty of his gay, lively talk, he did not by any means stand in need of the compassion they felt for him, and could have done very well without them, while the evenings alone with Amy had in them something so pleasant that they were almost better than those when Mr. Ross and Mary came to tea. He wrote word to his mother that she might be quite at ease about them, and he thought Amy would get through the anniversaries of September better while the house was quiet, so that she need not think of trying to hurry home. He was glad to have done so, for the letters, which scarcely missed a day in being written by his mother and Charlotte, seemed to show that their stay was likely to be long. Lady Mabel was more broken down than they had expected, and claimed a long visit, as she was sure it would be their last, while the Kilcoran party had taken possession of Laura and Charlotte as if they never meant to let them go. Charlotte wrote her brother very full and very droll accounts of the Iricisms around her which she enjoyed thoroughly, and Charles, declaring he never expected to see little Charlotte come out in the character of the fastidious correspondence, used to send Mary Ross into fits of laughing by what he read to her. Mr. Fielder, the tutor, wrote Charlotte, was very near equal to Eveline's description of him, but very particularly agreeable, in fact, the only man who had had any conversation, whom she had seen since she had been at Kilcoran. "Imagine," said Charles, "the impertinent little puss setting up for intellectual conversation, forsooth!" "That comes of living with good company," said Mary. The brother and sister used sometimes to drive to Broadstone to fetch their letters by the second post. "Charlotte, of course," said Charles, as he opened one. "My Lady Morville, what's yours?" "Only Mr. Markham," said Amabel, "about the winding up of our business together, I suppose. What does Charlotte say?" "Charlotte is in a fit of impudence, for which she deserves chastisement," said Charles, unable to keep laughing, as he read. "Our last event was called from the Fides Archates, who, it seems, can no longer wander up and down the Mediterranean without his pious Aeneas, and so has left the army, and got a diplomatic appointment somewhere in Germany. Lord Kilcoran asked him to come and stay here, and Mabel and I are quite sure he comes for a purpose. Of course he has chosen this time, in order that he may be able to have his companion before his eyes, as a model for courtship, and I wish I had you to help me look on whenever Philip comes, as that laugh I must enjoy alone with Bustle. However, when Philip will come we cannot think, for we have heard nothing of him this age, not even Laura, and she is beginning to look very anxious about him. Do tell us if you know anything about him. The last letter was when Parliament was prorogued, and he was going to Redclyffe, at least 3 weeks ago." "I wonder if Mr. Markham mentions him," said Amabel, hastily unfolding her letter, which was, as she expected, about the executor's business, but glancing on to the end, she exclaimed, "Ah, here it is! Listen, Charlie. Mr. Morville has been here for the last few weeks, and is, I fear, very unwell. He has been entirely confined to the house, almost ever since his arrival, by a violent headache, which has completely disabled him from attending to business. But he will not call in any advice. I make a point of going to see him every day, though I believe my presence is anything but acceptable, as in his present state of health and spirits, I cannot think it right that he should be left to servants. Poor fellow! Redclyffe has been too much for him." "Overwork, I suppose," said Charles. "I thought he was coming it pretty strong these last few weeks." "Not even writing to Laura! How very bad it must be! I will write at once and ask Mr. Markham for more particulars." She did so, and on the 3rd day they drove again to fetch the answer. It was a much worse account. Mr. Morville was, said Markham, suffering dreadfully from headache, and lay on the sofa all day, almost unable to speak or move, but resolved against having medical advice, though his own treatment of himself did not at all succeed in relieving him. There was extreme depression of spirits, and an unwillingness to see any one. He had positively refused to admit either Lord Thorndyle or Mr. Ashford, and would hardly bear to see Markham himself, who, indeed, only forced his presence on him from thinking it unfit to leave him entirely to the servants, and would be much relieved if some of Mr. Morville's friends were present to free him from the responsibility. Said Charles. "I can't say it sounds comfortable." "It is just as I feared," said Amy. "Great excitability of brain and nerve, Dr. Mayerne said. All the danger of a brain fever again. Poor Laura! What is to be done?" Charles was silent. "It is for want of someone to talk to him," said Amabel. "I know how he broods over his sad recollections, and Redclyffe must make it so much worse. If mamma and Laura were but at home to go to him, it might save him, and it would be fearful for him to have another illness, reduced as he is. How I wish he was here!" "He cannot come, I suppose, or he would be in Ireland." "Yes. How well Guy knew when he said it would be worse for him than for me. How I wish I could do something now to make up for running away from him in Italy. If I was but at Redclyffe." "Do you really wish it?" said Charles, surprised. "Yes, if it could do him any good." "Would you go there?" "If I had but papa or mamma to go with me." Do you think I should do as well?" "Charlie!" "If you think there would be any use in it, and choose to take the trouble of lugging me about the country, I don't see why you should not." "Oh, Charlie, how very kind! How thankful poor Laura will be to you! I do believe it will save him," cried Amabel, eagerly. "But Amy," he paused, "shall you like to see Redclyffe?" "Oh, that is no matter," said she, quickly. "I had rather see after Philip than anything. I told you how he was made my charge, you know. And Laura, only it will not be too tiring for you?" "I can't see how it should hurt me. But I forget. What is to be done about your daughter?" "I don't know what harm it could do her," said Amy, considering. "Mrs. Gresham brought a baby if only 3 months old from Scotland the other day, and she is 6. It surely cannot hurt her, but we will ask Dr. Mayerne." "Mamma will never forgive us if we don't take the doctor into our counsels." "Arnaud can manage for us. We will sleep in London, and go by an early train, and we can take my carriage, for the journey after the railroad. It would not be too much for you. How soon could we go?" "The sooner the better," said Charles. "If we are to do him any good, it must be speedily, or the case will be of shutting the stable door. Why not to-morrow?" The project was thoroughly discussed that evening, but still with the feeling as it could not be real, and when they parted at night they said, "We will see how the scheme looks in the morning." Charles was still wondering whether it was a dream, when the first thing he heard in the court below his window was, "Here, William, here's a note from my lady for you to take to Dr. Mayerne." "They be none of the mill?" answered William's voice. "Oh, no, my lady has been up this hour, and Mr. Charles has rung his bell. Stop, William, my lady said you were to call Harris's, and bring home a Bradshaw." Reality, indeed, thought Charles, marvelling at his sister, and his elastic spirits throwing him into the project with a sort of enjoyment, partaking of the pleasure of being of use, the spirit of enterprise, and the fun of starting independently on an expedition unknown to all the family. He met Amabel with a smile that showed both were determined. He undertook to announce the plan to his mother, and she said she would write and tell Mr. Markham that as far as could be reckoned on 2 such frail people they would be at Redclyffe the next evening, and he must use his own discretion about giving Mr. Morville the note which she enclosed. Dr. Mayerne came in time for breakfast, and the letter from Markham was at once given him. "A baddish state of things, doctor?" said Charles. "Well, what do you think this lady proposes? To set off forthwith, both of us, to take charge of him. What do you think of that, Dr. Mayerne?" "I should say it was the only chance for him," said the doctor, looking only at the letter. "Spirits and health reacting on each other. I see it plain enough. Overworked in Parliament, doing nothing in moderation, going down to that gloomy old place, dreaming away by himself, going just the right way to work himself into another attack on the brain, and then he is done for. I don't know you could do a wiser thing than to go to him, for he is no more fit to tell what is good for him than a child." So spoke the doctor, thinking only of the patient, till looking upon the pair he was dismissing to such a charge, the helpless, crippled Charles, unable to cross the room without crutches, and Amabel, her delicate face and fragile figure in her widow's mourning, looking like a thing to be pitied and nursed with the tenderest care, with that young child, too. He broke off and said, "But you don't mean you are in earnest?" "Never more so in our lives," said Charles, on which Dr. Mayerne looked so wonderingly and inquiringly at Amabel that she answered, "Yes, that we are, if you think it safe for Charles and baby." "Is there no one else to go? What's become of his sister?" "That would never do," said Charles. "That is not the question," and he detailed their plan. "Well, I don't see why it should not succeed," said the doctor, "or how you can any of you damage yourselves." "And baby?" said Amy. "What should happen to her, do you think?" said the doctor with a kind, reassuring roughness. "Unless you leave her behind in the carriage, I don't see what harm she could come to, and even then, if you direct her properly, she will come safe to hand." Amabel smiled, and saying she would fetch her to be inspected, ran upstairs with the light nimble step of former days. "There goes one of the smallest editions of the Wonders of the World," said Charles, covering a sigh with a smile. "You don't think it will do her any harm?" "Not if she wishes it. I have long thought a change, a break, would be the best thing for her. Poor child! I should have sent her to the seaside if you had been more movable, and if I had not seen every fuss about her made it worse." "That's what I call being a reasonable and valuable doctor," said Charles. "If you had routed the poor little thing out to the sea, she would have only pined the more. But suppose the captain turns out too bad for her management, for old Markham seems in a proper taking?" "Humph! No, I don't expect it to come to that." "Be that as it may, I have a head, if nothing else, and some one is wanted. I'll write to you accordingly as we find Philip." The doctor was wanted for another private interview, in which to assure Amabel that there was no danger for Charles, and then, after promising to come to Redclyffe if there was occasion, and engaging to write and tell Mrs. Edmonston they had his consent, he departed to meet them by and by at the station, and put Charles into the carriage. A very busy morning followed. Amabel arranged the household affairs as befitted the Vice Queen, took care that Charles's comforts were provided for, wrote many a note, herself took down Guy's picture and laid it in her box before Anne commenced her packing, and lastly walked down to the village to take leave of Alice Lamston. Just as the last hues of sunset were fading, on the following evening, Lady Morville and Charles Edmonston were passing from the moor into the wooded valley of Redclyffe. Since leaving Morworth not a word had passed. Charles sat earnestly watching his sister, though there was too much crape in the way for him to see her face, and she was perfectly still, so that all he could judge by was the close, rigid clasping together of the hands, resting on the sleeping infant's white mantle. Each spot recalled to him some description of Guy's: the church tower, the school with the 2 large new windows, the park wall, the rising ground within. What was she feeling? He did not dare to address her, till, at the lodge gate, he exclaimed, "There's Markham," and at the same time was conscious of a feeling between hope and fear that this might after all be a fool's errand, and a wonder how they and the master of the house would meet if it turned out that they had taken fright without cause. At his exclamation, Amy leant forward and beckoned. Markham came up to the window, and after the greeting on each side, walked along with his hand on the door, as the carriage slowly mounted the steep hill, answering her questions. "How is he?" "No better. He has been putting on leeches, and made himself so giddy that yesterday he could hardly stand." "And they have not relieved him?" "Not in the least. I am glad you are come, for it has been an absurd way of going on." "Is he up?" "Yes, on the sofa in the library." "Did you give him my note? Does he expect us?" "No, I went to see about telling him this morning, but found him so low and silent, I thought it was better not. He has not opened a letter this week, and he might have refused to see you, as he did Lord Thorndale. Besides, I didn't know how he would take my writing about him, though if you had not written, I believe I should have let Mrs. Henley know by this time." "There is an escape for him," murmured Charles to his sister. "We have done the best in our power to receive you," proceeded Markham. "I hope you find it comfortable, Lady Morville, but—" "Thank you, I am not afraid," said Amy, smiling a little. Markham's eye was on the little white bundle in her lap, but he did not speak of it, and went on with explanations about Mrs. Drew and Bolton, and the sitting-room, and tea being ready. Charles saw the great red pile of building rise dark, gloomy, and haunting looking before them. The house that should have been Amabel's, Guy's own beloved home. How could she bear it? But she was eagerly asking Markham how Philip should be informed of their arrival, and Markham was looking perplexed, and saying that to drive under the gateway into the paved court would make a thundering sound, and that he dreaded for Mr. Morville. Could Mr. Charles Edmonston cross the court on foot? Charles was ready to do so, and the carriage stopped. Amabel gave the baby to Anne, saw Arnauld help Charles out, and turning to Markham said, "I had better go to him at once. Arnauld will show my brother the way." "The sitting-room, Arnauld," said Markham, and walked on fast with her, while Charles thought how strange to see her thus pass the threshold of her husband's house, come thither to relieve and comfort his enemy. She entered the dark oak hall. On one side the light shone cheerfully from the sitting-room. The other doors were all shut. Markham hesitated, and stood reluctant. "Yes, you had better tell him I am here," she said, in the voice so gentle that no one perceived its resolution. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Part 2 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 43, Part 2. Markham knocked at one of the high heavy doors, and softly opened it. Amabel stood behind it, and looked into the room, more than half dark, without a fire, and very large, gloomy, and cheerless, in the grey autumn twilight, that just enabled her to see the white pillows on the sofa, and Philip's figure stretched out on it. Markham advanced and stood doubtful for an instant, then in extremity began, "Lady Morville is come, and—" Without further delay she came forward, saying, "How are you, Philip?" He neither moved nor seemed surprised. He only said, "So you are come to heap more coals on my head." A thrill of terror came over her, but she did not show it, and she said, "I am very sorry to find you so poorly." It seemed as if before he had taken her presence for a dream, for, entirely roused, he exclaimed, in a tone of great surprise, "Is it you, Amy?" Then sitting up, "Why? When did you come here?" "Just now. We were afraid you were ill. We heard a bad account of you, so we have taken you by storm. Charles, your goddaughter, and I, are come to pay you a visit." "Charles? Charles here?" cried Philip, starting up. "Where is he?" "Coming in," said Amy, and Philip, intent only on hospitality, hastened into the hall, and met him at the door, gave him his arm and conducted him where the inviting light guided them to the sitting-room. The full brightness of lamp and fire showed the ashy paleness of his face. His hair, rumpled with lying on the sofa, had, on the temples, acquired a noticeable tint of grey. His whole countenance bore traces of terrible suffering, and Amabel thought that even at Rocora she had never seen him look more wretchedly ill. "How did you come?" he asked. "It was very kind. I hope you will be comfortable." "We have taken good care of ourselves," said Amy. "I wrote to Mr. Markham, for I thought you were not well enough to be worried with preparations. We ought to beg your pardon for breaking in on you so unceremoniously." "If any one should be at home here," said Philip, earnestly. Then interrupting himself, he shaded his eyes from the light. "I don't know how to make you welcome enough. When did you set off?" "Yesterday afternoon," said Charles. "We slept in London, and came on to-day." "Have you dined?" said Philip, looking perplexed to know where dinner could come from. "Yes, at K. Thank you." "What will you have? I'll ring for Mrs. Drew." "No, thank you. Don't tease yourself. Mrs. Drew will take care of us. Never mind. But how bad your head is!" said Amabel, as he sat down on the sofa, leaning his elbow on his knee and pressing his hand very hard on his forehead. "You must lie down and keep quiet, and never mind us. We only want a little tea. I am just going to take off my bonnet, and see what they have done with baby, and then I'll come down. Pray lie still till then. Mind he does, Charlie." They thought she was gone, but the next moment there she was, with the 2 pillows from the library sofa, putting them under Philip's head, and making him comfortable, while he, overpowered by a fresh access of headache, had neither will nor power to object. She rang, asked for Mrs. Drew, and went. Philip lay with closed eyes, as if in severe pain, and Charles, afraid to disturb him, sat feeling as if it was a dream. That he, with Amy and her child, should be in Guy's home, so differently from their old plans, so very differently from the way she should have arrived. He looked round the room, and everywhere knew what Guy's taste had prepared for his bride. Piano, books, prints, similarities to Honeywell, all with a fresh new bridal effect, inexpressibly melancholy. They brought a thought of the bright eye, sweet voice, light step, and merry whistle. And as he said to himself, gone for ever, he could have hated Philip, but for the sight of his haggard features, grey hairs, and the deep lines which, at 27, sorrow had traced on his brow. At length Philip turned and looked up. "Charles," he said, "I trust you have not let her run any risk." "No, we got Dr. Mayern's permission." "It is like all the rest," said Philip, closing his eyes again. Presently he asked, "How did you know I was not well?" "Markham said something in a business letter that alarmed Amy. She wrote to inquire, and on his second letter we thought we had better come and see after you ourselves." No more was said till Amabel returned. She had made some stay upstairs, talking to Mrs. Drew, who was bewildered between surprise, joy, and grief, looking to see that all was comfortable in Charles's room, making arrangements for the child, and at last relieving herself by a short space of calm, to feel where she was, realize that this was Redclyffe, and whisper to her little girl that it was her father's own home. She knew it was the room he had destined for her. She tried, dark as it was, to see the view of which he had told her, and looked up over the mantelpiece at Muller's engraving of St. John. Perhaps that was the hardest time of all her trial, and she felt as if, without his child in her arms, she could never have held up under the sense of desolation that came over her, left behind, while he was in his true home. Left, she told herself, to finish the task he had begun, and to become fit to follow him. Was she not in the midst of fulfilling his last charge, that Philip should be taken care of? It was no time for giving way, and there was his own little messenger of comfort looking up with her sleepy eyes to tell her so. Down she must go, and put off thinking herself into happiness till the peaceful time of rest, and presently she softly re-entered the sitting-room, bringing to both its inmates in her very presence such solace as she little guessed, in her straightforward desire to nurse Philip and take care Charles was not made uncomfortable. That stately house had probably never, since its foundation, seen anything so homelike as Amabel making tea and waiting on her two companions, both she and Charles pleasing each other by enjoying the meal, and Philip giving his cup to be filled again and again, and wondering why one person's tea should taste so unlike another's. He was not equal to conversation, and Charles and Amabel were both tired, so that tea was scarcely over before they parted for the night, and Amy, frightened at the bright and slipperiness of the dark oak stairs, could not be at peace till she had seen Arnauld help Charles safely up them, and made him promise not to come down without assistance in the morning. She was in the sitting-room soon after 9 next morning, and found breakfast on one table, and Charles writing a letter on the other. "Well," said he, as she kissed him, "all right with you and little miss?" "Quite, thank you. And are you rested?" "Slept like a top. And what did you do? Did you sleep like a sensible woman?" "Pretty well, and baby was very good. Have you heard anything of Philip?" "Bolton thinks him rather better, and says he's getting up." "How long have you been up?" "A long time. I told Arnauld to catch Markham when he came up, as he always does in a morning to see after Philip, and I had a conference with him and Bolton, so that I can lay the case before Dr. Mayerne scientifically." "What do you think of it?" "I think we came at the right time. He has been getting more and more into work in London, taking no exercise, and so was pretty well knocked up when he came here, and this place has finished it. He tried to attend to business about the property, but it always ended in his head growing so bad he had to leave all to Markham, who, by the way, has been thoroughly propitiated by his anxiety for him. Then he gave up entirely, has not been out of doors, written a note, nor seen a creature the last fortnight. But there he has lain by himself in the library, given up to all manner of dismal thoughts, without a break." "How dreadful!" said Amabel, with tears in her eyes. "Then he would not see Mr. Ashford. Surely he could have done something for him." "I tell you what," said Charles, lowering his voice, "from what Bolton says, I think he had a dread worse than brain fever." She shuddered, and was paler, but did not speak. "I believe," continued Charles, "that it is one half nervous, and the oppression of this place, and the other half the overstraining of a head that was already in a ticklish condition. I don't think that there is any real danger of more than such a fever as he had at Corfu, which would probably have been the death of him, but I think he dreaded still worse, and that his horror of seeing any one, or writing to Laura, arose from not knowing how far he could control his words." "Oh, I am glad we came," repeated Amabel, pressing her hands together. "He has been doctoring himself," proceeded Charles, "and probably has kept off the fever by strong measures, but, of course, the more he reduced his strength, the greater advantage he gave to what was simply low spirits. He must have had a terrible time of it, and where it would have ended I cannot guess. But it seems to me that most likely, now that he is once roused, he will come right again." Just as Charles had finished speaking, he came down, looking extremely ill, weak and suffering, but calmed and resting on that entire dependence on Amabel which had sprung up at Rocora. She would not let him go back to his gloomy library, but made him lie on the sofa in the sitting-room, and sat there herself, as she thought a little quiet conversation between her and Charles would be the best thing for him. She wrote to Laura, and he sent a message, for he could not yet attempt to write, and Charles wrote reports to his mother and Dr. Mayerne, a little talk now and then going on about family matters. Amabel asked Philip if he knew that Mr. Thorndale was at Kilcoran. Yes, he said, he believed that there was a letter from him, but his eyes had ached too much of late to read. Mrs. Ashford sent in to ask whether Lady Morville would like to see her. Amabel's face flushed, and she proposed going to her in the library, but Philip, disliking Amy's absence more than the sight of a visitor, begged she might come to the sitting-room. The Ashfords had been surprised beyond measure at the tidings that Lady Morville had actually come to Redclyffe, and had been very slow to believe it. But when convinced by Markham's own testimony, Mrs. Ashford's first idea had been to go and see if she could be any help to the poor young thing in that great desolate house, whither Mrs. Ashford had not been since, just a year ago, Markham had conducted her to admire his preparations. There was much anxiety, too, about Mr. Morville, of whose condition Markham had been making a great mystery, and on her return Mr. Ashford was very eager for her report. Mr. Morville, she said, did look and seem very far from well, but Lady Morville had told her they hoped it was chiefly from over-fatigue, and that rest would soon restore him. Lady Morville herself was a fragile, delicate creature, very sweet-looking, but so gentle and shrinking, apparently, that it gave the impression of her having no character at all, not what Mrs. Ashford would have expected Sir Guy to choose. She had spoken very little, and the chief of the conversation had been sustained by her brother. "I was very much taken with that young Mr. Edmonston," said Mrs. Ashford. "He is about 23, sadly crippled, but with such a pleasing, animated face, and so extremely agreeable and sensible. I do not wonder at Sir Guy's enthusiastic way of talking of him. I could almost fancy it was admiration of the brother transferred to the sister." "Then, after all, you are disappointed in her, and don't lament, like Markham, that she is not mistress here." "No, I won't say I'm disappointed. She is a very sweet creature. Oh yes, very, but far too soft and helpless for such a charge as this property, unless she had her father or brother to help her. But I must tell you that she took me to see her baby, a nice little lively thing, poor little dear, and when we were alone she spoke rather more, begged me to send her godson to see her, thanked me for coming, but crying stopped her from saying more. I could grow very fond of her. No, I don't wonder at him, for there is a great charm in anything so soft and dependent." Decidedly, Mary Ross had been right when she said that except Sir Guy there was no one so difficult to know as Amy. In the afternoon Charles insisted on Amabel's going out for fresh air and exercise, and she liked the idea of a solitary wandering. But Philip, to her surprise, offered to come with her, and she was too glad to see him exert himself to regret the musing she had hoped for. So out they went, after opening the window to give Charles what he called an airing, and he said that in addition he should "hirple about a little bit to explore the ground floor of the house." "We must contrive some way to drive him out," said Philip, as he crossed the court with Amabel, "and you too. There is no walk here, but uphill or down." Uphill they went, along the path leading up the green slope, from which the salt wind blew refreshingly. In a few minutes Amabel found herself on a spot which thrilled her all over. There lay before her Guy's own Redclyffe Bay, the waves lifting their crests and breaking, the surge resounding, the sea-birds skimming round, the shag rock dark and rugged, the scene which seemed above all the centre of his home affections, which he had so longed to show her, that it cost him an effort on his death-bed to resign the hope. The leaping waves that he said he would not change for the white-headed mountains. And now he was lying among those southern mountains, and she stood in the spot where he had loved to think of seeing her, and with Philip by her side. His sea, his own dear sea, the vision of which had cheered his last day, like the face of an old dear friend. His sea, rippling and glancing on, unknowing that the eyes that had loved it so well would gaze on it no more. The wind that he had longed for to cool his fevered brow, the rock which had been like a playmate in his boyhood, and where he had perilled his life, and rescued so many. It was like one of the seasons when a whole gush of fresh perceptions of his feelings, like a new meeting with himself, would come on her, her best of joys. And there she stood, gazing fixedly, her black veil fluttering in the wind, and her hands pressed close together, till Philip, little knowing what the sight was to her, shivered, saying it was very cold and windy, and without hesitation she turned away, feeling that now Redclyffe was precious indeed. She brought her mind back to listen, while Philip was considering of means of taking Charles out of doors. He supposed there might be some vehicle about the place, but he thought there was no horse. Very unlike was this to the exact Philip. The great range of stables was before them, where the Morvilles had been wont to lodge their horses as sumptuously as themselves, and Amabel proposed to go and see what they could find. But nothing was there but emptiness, till they came to a pony in one stall, a goat in another, and a wheelbarrow in the coach-house. On leaving it, under the long sheltered sunny wall, they came in sight of a meeting between the baby taking the air in Anne's arms, and Markham, who had been hovering about all day, anxious to know how matters were going on. His back was towards them, so that he was unconscious of their approach, and they saw how he spoke to Anne, looked fixedly at the child, made her laugh, and finally took her in his arms, as he had so often carried her father, studying earnestly her little face. As soon as he saw them coming, he hastily gave her back to Anne, as if ashamed to be thus caught, but he was obliged to grunt and put his hand up to his shaggy eyelashes before he could answer Amabel's greeting. He could hardly believe his eyes, that here was Mr. Morville, who yesterday was scarcely able to raise his head from the pillow, and could attend to nothing. He could not think what Lady Morville had done to him, when she heard him inquiring and making arrangements about sending for a pony carriage, appearing thoroughly roused, and the dread of being seen or spoken to entirely passed away. Markham was greatly rejoiced, for Mr. Morville's illness, helplessness, and dependence upon himself had softened and won him to regard him kindly as nothing else would have done, and his heart was entirely gained when, after they had wished him good-bye, he saw Philip and Amabel walk on, overtake Anne, Amy take the baby and hold her up to Philip, who looked at her with the same earnest interest. From thenceforward Markham knew that Redclyffe was nothing but a burden to Mr. Morville, and he could bear to see it in his possession, since like himself he seemed to regard Sir Guy's daughter like a disinherited princess. This short walk fatigued Philip thoroughly. He slept till dinner-time, and when he awoke said it was the first refreshing dreamless sleep he had had for weeks. His head was much better, and at dinner he had something like an appetite. It was altogether a day of refreshment, and so were the ensuing ones. Each day Philip became stronger, and resumed more of his usual habits. From writing a few lines in Amabel's daily letter to Laura, he proceeded to filling the envelope, and from being put to sleep by Charles's reading, to reading aloud the whole evening himself. The pony carriage was set up, and he drove Charles out every day, Amabel being then released from attending him, and free to enjoy herself in her own way in rambles about the house and park, and discoveries of the old haunts she knew so well by description. She early found her way to Guy's own room, where she would walk up and down with her child in her arms, talking to her, and holding up to her, to be admired, the treasuries of his boyhood, that Mrs. Drew delighted to keep in order. One day, when alone in the sitting-room, she thought of trying the piano he had chosen for her. It was locked, but the key was in her own split ring, where he had put it for her the day he returned from London. She opened it, and it so happened that the first note she struck reminded her of one of the peculiarly sweet and deep tones of Guy's voice. It was like awaking its echo again, and as it died away she hid her face and wept. But from that time the first thing she did when her brother and cousin were out, was always to bring down her little girl and play to her, watching how she enjoyed the music. Little Mary prospered in the sea air, gained colour, took to springing and laughing, and her intelligent lively way of looking about brought out continually more likeness to her father. Amabel herself was no longer drooping and pining. Her step grew light and elastic, a shade of pink returned to her cheek, and the length of walk she could take was wonderful, considering her weakness in the summer. Every day she stood on the cliff and looked at Guy's sea, before setting out to visit the cottages, and hear the fond recollections of Sir Guy, or to wander far away into the woods or on the moor, and find the way to the places he had loved. One day, when Philip and Charles came in from a drive, they overtook her in the court, her cloak over her arm, her crape limp with spray, her cheeks brightened to a rosy glow by the wind, and a real smile as she looked up to them. When Charles was on his sofa, she stooped over him and whispered, "James and Ben Robinson have taken me out to the shag." She saw Mr. Wellwood, and heard a good account of Combe Prior. She made great friends with the Ashfords, especially little Lucy and the baby. She delighted to visit the cottages, and Charles every day wondered where was the drooping dejection that she could not shake off at home. She would have said that in Guy's own home, the joy had come to her, no longer in fitful gleams and held by an effort for a moment, but steadily brightening. She missed him indeed, but the power of finding rest in looking forward to meeting him, the pleasure of dwelling on the days he had been with her, and the satisfaction of doing his work for the present, had made a happiness for her, and still in him, quiet, grave, and subdued, but happiness likely to bloom more and more brightly throughout her life. The anniversary of his death was indeed a day of tears, but the tears were blessed ones, and she was more full of the feeling that had sustained her on that morning than she had been through all the year before. End of Part 2 of Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Part 3 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 43, Part 3. Charles and Philip, meanwhile, proceeded excellently together, each very anxious for the comfort of the other. Philip was a good deal overwhelmed at first by the quantity of business on his hands, and setting about it while his head was still weak, would have seriously hurt himself again, if Charles had not come to his help, worked with a thorough good will, great clearness and acuteness, and surprised Philip by his cleverness and perseverance. He was elated at being of so much use, and begged to be considered for the future as Philip's private secretary, to which the only objection was, that his handwriting was as bad as Philip's was good. But it was an arrangement so much to the benefit of both parties, that it was gladly made. Philip was very grateful for such valuable assistance, and Charles amused himself with triumphing in his importance, when he should sit in state on his sofa at Holywell, surrounded with blue books, getting up the statistics for some magnificent speech of the honourable member for Morworth. In the meantime, Charles and Amabel saw no immediate prospect of their party returning from Ireland, and thought it best to remain at Redclyffe, since Philip had so much to do there, and besides, events were occurring at Kilcorran which would have prevented his visit, even without his illness. One of the first drives that Charles and Philip took, after the latter was equal to any exertion, was to Thorndale. There Charles was much amused by the manner in which Philip was received, and he himself, for his sake. And as he said to Amabel on his return, there was no question now that the blame of spoiling Philip did not rest solely at Holywell. Finding only Lady Thorndale at home, and hearing that Lord Thorndale was in the grounds, Philip went out to look for him, leaving Charles on the sofa, under her ladyship's care. Charles, with little exaggeration, professed that he had never been so flattered in his whole life, as he was by the compliments that reflected on him as the future brother-in-law of Philip, and that he had readily begun to think even Laura not half sensible enough of her own happiness. Lady Thorndale afterwards proceeded to inquiries about the De Courcy family, especially Lady Eveline, and Charles, enlightened by Charlotte, took great delight in giving descriptions of his cousin's charms, for which he was rewarded by very plain intimations of the purpose for which her son James was gone to Kilcorran. On talking the visit over, as they drove home, Charles asked Philip if he had guessed his friend's intentions. "Yes," he answered. "Then you never took the credit of it. Why did you not tell us?" "I knew it from himself, in confidence." "Oh," said Charles, amusing himself with the notion of the young man's dutifully asking the permission of his companion, unshaken in allegiance though the staff might be broken, and the book drowned deeper than did ever plummet sound. Philip spoke no more, and Charles would ask no more, for Philip's own affairs of the kind were not such as to encourage talking of other people's. No explanation was needed why he should now promote an attachment which he had strongly disapproved while James Thorndyle was still in the army. A day or two after, however, came a letter from Charlotte, bringing further news, at which Charles was so amazed that he could not help communicating it at once to his companions. "So, Eveline won't have him." "What!" exclaimed both. "You don't mean that she's refused Thorndyle?" said Philip. "Even so," said Charles. "Charlotte says he is gone. Poor Mr. Thorndyle left us this morning, after a day of private conferences, in which he seems to have had no satisfaction, for his resolute dignity and determination to be agreeable all the evening were were great. Mabel cannot get at any of the real reasons from Eveline, though I think I could help her, but I can't tell you." "Charlotte means mischief," said Charles, as he concluded. "I am very sorry," said Philip. "I don't think Lady Eveline would have been able to estimate Thorndyle. It will be a great disappointment. The inclination has been of long standing. Poor Thorndyle!" "It would have been a very good thing for Eva," said Amabel. "Mr. Thorndyle is such a sensible man." "And I thought his steady sense was just what was wanting to bring out all her good qualities that are running to waste in that irregular home," said Philip. "What can have possessed her?" "Aye, something must have possessed her," said Charles. "Eva was always ready to be fallen in love with on the shortest notice, and if there was not something prior in her imagination, Thorndyle would not have had much difficulty. By the by, depend on it, 'tis the tutor." Philip looked a little startled, but instantly reassuring himself, said, "George Fielder? Impossible. You have never seen him." "Ah, don't you remember her description?" said Amy, in a low voice, rather sadly. "The very reason, Amy," said Charles. "It showed that he had attracted her fancy." Philip smiled a little incredulously. "Aye," said Charles, "you may smile, but your handsome men can little appreciate the attractiveness of an interesting ugliness. It is the way to be looked at in the end. Mark my words, it is the tutor." "I hope not," said Philip, as if shaken in his confidence. "Anyway, it is a bad affair. I am very much concerned for Thorndyle." So sincerely concerned that his head began to ache in the midst of some writing. He was obliged to leave it to Charles to finish, and go out to walk with Amy. Amabel came in before him, and began to talk to Charles about his great vexation at his friend's disappointment. "I am almost sorry you threw out that hint about Mr. Fielder," said she. "Don't you remember how he was recommended?" "Ah, I had forgotten it was Philip's doing. A bit of his spirit of opposition," said Charles. "Were not the boys to have gone to Combe Prior?" "Yes," said Amabel. "That is the thing that seems to have made him so unhappy about it. I am sure I hope it is not true," she added, considering. "For Charlie, you must know that Guy had an impression against him." "Had he?" said Charles, anxiously. "It was only an impression, nothing he could accuse him of, nor mention to Lord Kilcoran. He would have told no one but me, but he had seen something of him at Oxford, and thought him full of conversation, very clever, only not the sort of talk he liked." "I don't like that. Charlotte concurs in testifying to his agreeableness, and in the dearth of intellect I should not wonder at Eva's taking up with him. He would be a straw to the drowning. It looks dangerous." They were very anxious for further intelligence, but received none, except that Philip had a letter from his friend, on which his only comment was a deep sigh, and, "Poor Thorndyle, she knows little of what she has thrown away." Letters from Kilcoran became rare. Laura scarcely wrote at all to Philip, and though Mrs. Edmonston wrote as usual, she did not notice the subject, while Charlotte's gravity and constraint, when she did achieve a letter to Charles, were in such contrast to her usual free and would-be satirical style, that such eyes as her brother's could hardly fail to see that something was on her mind. So it went on week after week, Charles and Amabel wondering when they should ever have any notice to go home, and what their family could be doing in Ireland. October had given place to November, and more than a week of November had passed, and here they still were, without anything like real tidings. At last a letter came from Mrs. Edmonston, which Amabel could not read without one little cry of surprise and dismay, and then had some difficulty in announcing its contents to Philip. Kilcorn, November 8th. My dearest Amy, you will be extremely surprised at what I have to tell you, and no less grieved. It has been a most unpleasant, disgraceful business from beginning to end, and the only comfort in it to us is the great discretion and firmness that Charlotte has shown. I had better, however, begin at the beginning, and tell you the history as far as I understand it myself. You know that Mr. James Thorndale has been here, and perhaps you know it was for the purpose of making an offer to Eveline. Every one was much surprised at her refusing him, and still more when, after much prevarication, it came out that the true motive was her attachment to Mr. Fielder, the tutor. It appears that they had been secretly engaged for some weeks, ever since they had perceived Mr. Thorndale's intentions, and not, as it was in poor Laura's case, an unavowed attachment, but an absolute engagement. And fancy Eva justifying it by Laura's example! There was, of course, great anger and confusion. Lord Kilcorn was furious. Poor Lady Kilcorn had nervous attacks. The gentleman was dismissed from the house, and supposed to be gone to England. Eva shed abundance of tears, but after a great deal of vehemence she appeared subdued and submissive. We were all very sorry for her, as there is much that is very agreeable and likely to attract her in Mr. Fielder, and she always had too much mind to be wasted in such a life as she leads here. It seems as if Laura was a comfort to her, and Lady Kilcorn was very anxious we should stay as long as possible. This was all about 3 weeks or a month ago. Eva was recovering her spirits, and I was just beginning a letter to tell you we hoped to be at home in another week, when Charlotte came into my room in great distress, to tell me that Eveline and Mr. Fielder were on the verge of a runaway marriage. Charlotte had been coming back alone from a visit to grandmamma, and going down a path out of the direct way to recall Bustle, who had run on, she said, as if he scented mischief, came, to her great astonishment, on Eveline walking arm in arm with Mr. Fielder. Charlie will fancy how Charlotte looked at them. They shuffled and tried to explain it away, but Charlotte was too acute for them, or rather, she held steadily to, be that as it may, Lord Kilcorn ought to know it. They tried to frighten her with the horrors of betraying secrets, but she said none had been confided to her, and mamma would judge. They tried to persuade her it was the way of all lovers, and appealed to Laura's example, but there little Charlotte was less to be shaken than on any point. I did not think them worthy to hear their names, she said to me, but I told them that I had seen that the truest and deepest of love had a horror of all that was like wrong, and as to Philip and Laura, they knew little what they suffered. Besides, theirs was not half so bad. I verily believe that these were the very words she used to them. At last Eva threw herself on her mercy, and begged so vehemently that she would only wait another day, that she suspected, and, with sharpness very like Charlie's, forced from Eva that they were to marry on the next morning. Then she said it would be a great deal better that they should abuse her and call her a spy, than do what they would repent of all their lives. She begged Eva's pardon, and cried so much that Eva was in hopes she would relent, and then came straight to me, very unhappy, and not in the least triumphant in her discovery. You can guess what a dreadful afternoon we had. I don't think anyone was more miserable than poor Charlotte, who stayed shut up in my room all day, dreading the sight of anyone, and expecting to be universally called a traitor. The end was, that after much storming, Lord Kilcorn, finding Eveline determined, and anxious to save her the discredit of an elopement, has agreed to receive Mr. Fielder, and that they are to be married from this house on the 6th of December, though what they are to live on no one can guess. The Kilcorns are very anxious to put the best face on the matter possible, and have persuaded us, for the sake of the family, to stay for the wedding. Indeed, poor Lady Kilcorn is so completely overcome, that I hardly like to leave her till this is over. How unpleasant the state of things in the house is, no one can imagine, and very, very glad shall I be to get back to Honeywell, and my Amy and Charlie. Dearest Amy, your most affectionate, L. Edmonston. The news was at length told, and Philip was indeed thunderstruck at this fresh consequence of his interference. It threatened at first to overthrow his scarcely recovered spirits, and but for the presence of his guests, it seemed as if it might have brought on a renewal of the state from which they had restored him. "Yes," said Charles to Amy, when they talked it over alone, "it seems as if good people could do wrong with less impunity than others. It is rather like the saying about fools and angels. Light-minded people see the sin, but not the repentance, so they imitate the one without being capable of the other. Here are Philip and Laura finishing off like the end of a novel, fortunate and all, and setting a very bad example to the world in general." "As the world cannot see below the surface," said Amy, "how distressed Laura must be. You see, mamma does not say one word about her." Philip had not much peace till he had written to Mr. Thorndyle, who was going at once to Germany, not liking to return home to meet the condolences. Miss Edmonston had nearly the whole correspondence of the family on her hands, for neither of her daughters liked to write, and she gave the description of the various uncomfortable scenes that took place. Lord de Courcy's stern and enduring displeasure, and his father's fast subsiding violence, Lady Kilcoran's distress, and the younger girls' excitement and amusement. But she said she thought the very proper and serious way in which Charlotte viewed it would keep it from doing them much harm, provided, as it was much to be feared, Lord Kilcoran did not end by keeping the pair always at home, living upon him till Mr. Fielder could get a situation. In fact, it was difficult to know what other means there were of providing for them. At last the wedding took place, and Mrs. Edmonston wrote a letter, divided between indignation at the foolish display that had attended it, and satisfaction at being able at length to fix the day for the meeting at Holywell. No one could guess how she longed to be home again, and to be once more with Charlie. Nor were Charles and Amabel less ready to go home, though they could both truly say that they had much enjoyed their stay at Redclyffe. Philip was to come with them, and it was privately agreed that he should return to Redclyffe no more till he could bring Laura with him. Amabel had talked of her sister to Mrs. Ashford, and done much to smooth the way, and even on the last day or two held a few consultations with Philip as to the arrangements that Laura would like. One thing, however, she must ask for her own pleasure. "Philip," said she, "you must let me have this piano." His answer was by look and gesture. "And I want very much to ask a question, Philip. Will you tell me which is Sir Hugh's picture?" "You have been sitting opposite to it every day at dinner." "That!" exclaimed Amy. "From what I heard, I fully expected to have known Sir Hugh in a moment, and I often looked at that one, but I never could see more likeness than there is in almost all the pictures about the house." She went at once to study it again, and wondered more. "I have seen him sometimes look like it, but it is not at all the strong likeness I expected." Philip stood silently gazing, and certainly the countenance he recalled, pleading with him to desist from his wilfulness, and bending over him in his sickness, was far unlike in expression to the fiery youth before him. In a few moments more, Amabel had run upstairs, and brought down Mr. Sheen's portrait. There was proved to be more resemblance than either of them had at first sight credited. The form of the forehead, nose, and short upper lip were identical, so were the sharply defined black eyebrows, the colour of the eyes, and the way of standing in both had a curious similarity. But the expression was so entirely different, that strict comparison alone proved that Guy's animated, contemplative, and most winning countenance was in its original lineaments entirely the same with that of his ancestor. Although Sir Hugh's was then far from unprepossessing, and bore as yet no trace of his unholy passions, it brought to Amabel's mind the shudder with which Guy had mentioned his likeness to that picture, and seemed to show her the nature he had tamed. Philip, meanwhile, after one glance at Mr. Sheen's portrait, which he had not before seen, had turned away, and stood leaning against the window-frame. When Amy had finished her silent comparison, and was going to take her treasure back, he looked up and said, "Do you dislike leaving that with me for a few minutes?" "Keep it as long as you like," said she, going at once, and she saw him no more till nearly an hour after, when, as she was coming out of her own room, he met her, and gave it into her hands, saying nothing except a smothered "Thank you," but his eyelids were so swollen and heavy that Charles feared his head was bad again, while Amy was glad to perceive that he had had the comfort of tears. Everyone was sorry to wish Lady Morville and her brother good-bye. only consoling themselves with the hope that their sister might be like them, and as to little Mary, the attention paid to her was so devoted and universal that her mamma thought it very well she should receive the first ardour of it while she was too young to have her head turned. They again slept a night in London, and in the morning Philip took Charles for a drive through the places he had heard of, and was much edified by actually beholding. They were safely at home the same evening, and on the following the Holywell party was once more complete, gathered round Charles's sofa in a confusion of welcomes and greetings. Mrs. Edmonston could hardly believe her eyes. So much had Charles's countenance lost its invalid look, and his movements were so much more active. Amabel, too, though still white and thin, had a life in her eye and an air of health most unlike her languor and depression. Every one looked well and happy but Laura, and she had a worn, faded, harassed aspect, which was not cheered even by Philip's presence. Indeed, she seemed almost to shrink from speaking to him. She was the only silent one of the party that evening, as they gathered round the dinner or tea table, or sat divided into threes or pairs, talking over the subjects that would not do to be discussed in public. Charlotte generally niched into Amy's old corner by Charles, hearing all about Redclyffe, or talking about Ireland. Mrs. Edmonston and Amy were on opposite sides of the ottoman, their heads meeting over the central cushion, talking in low, fond, inaudible tones. Mr. Edmonston going in and out of the room, and joining himself to one or the other groups, telling and hearing news, and sometimes breaking up the pairs. And then Mrs. Edmonston came to congratulate Charles on Amy's improved looks, or Charlotte pressed up close to Amy to tell her about grandmamma. For Charlotte could not talk about Eveline. She had been so uncomfortable at the part she had had to act, that all the commendation she received was only like pain and shame, and her mother was by no means dissatisfied that it should be so, since a degree of forwardness had been her chief cause of anxiety in Charlotte, and it now appeared that without losing her high spirit and uncompromising sense of right, her 16th year was bringing with it feminine reserve. Laura lingered late in Amabel's room, and when her mother had wished them good night, and left them together, she exclaimed, "Oh, Amy, I'm so glad to come back to you. I've been so very miserable." "But you see he is quite well," said Amy. "We think him looking better than in the summer." "Oh, yes. Oh, Amy, what have you not done? If you could guess the relief of hearing you were with him, after that suspense—" But as if losing that subject in one she was still more eager about, "What did he think of me?" "My dear," said Amabel, "I don't think I am the right person to tell you that." "You saw how it struck him when he heard of my share in it." "Yours? Mamma never mentioned you." "Always kind," said Laura. "Oh, Amy, what will you think of me when I tell you I knew poor Eva's secret all the time? What could I do, when Eva pleaded my own case? It was very different, but she would not see it, and I felt as if I was guilty of all. No, how I envied Charlotte." "Dear Laura, no wonder you were unhappy." "Nothing hitherto has been equal to it," said Laura. "There was the misery of his silence, and the anxiety that you, dearest, freed me from. Then no sooner was that over than this was confided to me. Think of what I felt when Eva put me in mind of a time when I argued in favour of some such concealment in a novel. No, you can never guess what I went through, knowing that he would think me weak, blamable, unworthy." "Nay, he blames himself too much to blame you." "No, that he must not do. It was my fault from the beginning. If I had but gone at once to mamma." "Oh, I am so glad!" exclaimed Amy, suddenly. "Glad? I mean," said Amy, looking down, "now that you have said that, I am sure you will be happier." "Happier, now I feel and see how I have lowered myself even in his sight?" said Laura, drooping her head and hiding her face in her hands, as she went on in so low a tone that Amy could hardly hear her. "I know it all now. He loves me still, as he must whatever he has once taken into that deep, deep heart of his. He will always, but he cannot have that honouring, trusting, confiding love that you enjoyed and deserved, Amy, that he would have had if I had cared first for what became me. If I had only at first told mamma, he would not even have been blamed. He would have been spared half this suffering and self-reproach. He would have loved me more. Eva might not have been led astray. At least she could not have laid it in my charge. And I could lift up my head," she finished, as she hung it almost to her knees. Her sister raised the head, laid it on her own bosom, and kissed the cheeks and the brow again and again. "Dearest, dearest Laura, I am so sorry for you. But I am sure you must feel freer and happier now that you know it all, and see the truth." "I don't know," said Laura, sadly. "At least you will be better able to comfort him." "No, no, I shall only add to his self-reproach. He will see more plainly what a wretched, weak creature he fancied had firmness and discretion. Oh, what a broken reed I have become to him!" "There is strength and comfort for us all to lean upon," said Amy. "But you ought to go to bed. Shall I read to you, Laura? You are so tired. I should like to come and read you to sleep." Laura was not given to concealments. That fatal one had been her only insincerity, and she never thought of doing likewise than telling the whole of her conduct in Ireland to Philip. She sat alone with him the next morning, explained all, and entreated his pardon, humiliating herself so much that he could not bear to hear her. "It was the fault of our whole lifetime, Laura," said he, recovering himself, when a few agitated words had passed on either side. "I taught you to take my dictum for law, and abused your trust and perverted all the best and most precious qualities. It is I who stand first to bear the blame, and would that I could bear all the suffering. But as it is, Laura, we must look to enduring the consequences all our lives, and give each other what support we may." Laura could hardly brook his self-accusation, but she could no longer argue the point, and there was far more peace and truth before them than when she believed him infallible, and therefore justified herself for all she had done in blind obedience to him. Chapter 44 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by Marianne. The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 44. Thus souls by nature pitched too high, by sufferings plunged too low, meet in the church's middle sky, half-way 'twixt joy and woe, to practise there the soothing lay that sorrow best relieves, thankful for all God takes away, humbled by all he gives. Christian Year. One afternoon, late in April, Charles opened the dressing-room door, and paused a moment, smiling. There sat Amabel on the floor before the fire, her hands stretched out, playfully holding back the little one, who, with scanty, flossy, silken curls, hazel eyes and jet-black lashes, plump, mottled arms, and tiny tottering feet, stood crowing and shouting in exulting laughter, having just made a triumphant clutch at her mamma's hair, and pulled down all the light, shining locks, while under their shade the reddening, smiling face recalled the Amy of days long gone by. "That's right," cried Charles, delighted. "Pull it all down. Out with mamma's own curls again." "No, I can never wear my curls again," said Amy, so mournfully that he was sorry he had referred to them, and perceiving this, she smiled sweetly, and pulling a tress to its full length, showed how much too short it was for anything but being put plainly under the cap, to which she restored it. "Is Mrs. Henley come?" she asked. "As large as life, and that's saying a good deal. She would make two of Philip, as tall and twice as broad. I thought Juno herself was advancing on me from the station." "How did you get on with her?" "Famously. I told her all about everything, and how the affair is to be really quiet, which she had never believed. She could hardly believe my word, when I told her there was to be absolutely no one but ourselves and Mary Ross. She supposed it was for your sake, and I did not tell her it was for their own. It really was providential that the Kilcorn folk disgusted my father with grand weddings, for Philip never could endure one. Oh, Miss Mischief, there goes my hair again. You know Philip is exceedingly worried about Mr. Fielder. Lord Kilcorn has been writing to ask him to find him a situation." "That is an article they will be seeking all the rest of their lives," said Charles. "A man is done for when he begins to look for a situation. Yes, those Fielders will be a drag on Philip and Laura for ever, for they don't quite like to cast them off, feeling as he does that he led her to getting her in the scrape by recommending him, and poor Laura thinking she set the example." "I wish Eva was away from home," said Amy, "for Aunt Charlotte's account of her vexes Laura so much." "Ah, trying to eat her cake and have it, expecting to be Mr. Fielder's wife and reign as the Earl's daughter all the same. Poor thing, the day they get the situation will be a sad one for her. She does not know what Porth Cold will be like." "Poor Eva," said Amy. "I dare say she will shine and be all the better for trouble. There is so much that is so very nice in her." "Aye, if she has not spoilt it all by this time, as that creature is doing with your hair. You little monkey, what have you to say to me?" "Only to wish you good night. Come, baby, we must go to Anne. Good night, Uncle Charles." Just as Amabel had borne off her little girl, Mrs. Edmonston and Charlotte came in, after conducting Mrs. Henley to her room. Charlotte made a face of wonder and dismay, and Mrs. Edmonston asked where Amy was. "She carried the baby to the nursery just before you came. I wish you had seen her. The little thing had pulled down her hair, and made her look so pretty and like herself. How well she keeps her spirits up. She has been running up and down stairs all day, helping about everything. Well, we little thought how things would turn out." "And that after all Amy would be the home bird," said Charles. "I don't feel as if it was wrong to rejoice in having her in this sweet, shady brightness, as she is now." "Do you know whether she means to go to church to-morrow? I don't like to ask." "Nor I." "I know she does," said Charlotte. "She told me so." "I hope it will not be too much for her. Dear Amy." "She would say it would be wrong to have our heads fuller of her than our bride," said Charles. "Poor Laura," said Mrs. Edmonston. "I am glad it is all right at last. They have both gone through a great deal." "And not in vain," added Charles. "Philip is—" "Oh, I say not a word against him," cried Mrs. Edmonston. "He is most excellent. He will be very distinguished. He will make her happy. Yes." "In fact," said Charles, "he is made to be one of the first in this world, and to be first by being above it, and the only reason we are almost discontented is, that we compare him with one who was too good for this world." "It is not only that." "Ah, you did not see him at Redclyffe, or you would do more than simply forgiving him as a Christian." "I am sorry for him." "That is not quite enough," said Charles, smiling, with a mischievous air, though fully in earnest. "Is it, Charlotte? She must take him home to her mamma's own heart." "No, no, that is asking too much, Charlie," said Mrs. Edmonston. "Only one ever was—" Then breaking off, "and I can never think of Philip as I used to do." "I like him much better now," said Charlotte. "For my part," said Charles, "I never liked him. Nay, that's too mild. I could not abide him. I rebelled against him, heart, soul, and taste. If it had not been for Guy, his fashion of goodness would have made me into an extract of gall and wormwood, at the very time you admired him, and yet a great deal of it was genuine. But it is only now that I have liked him. Nay, I look up to him. I think him positively noble and grand, and when I see proofs of his being entirely repentant, I perceive he is a thorough great man. I have not seen one greater. I should follow his young man's example, and take him for my hero model." "As if you wanted a hero model," whispered Charlotte, in a tone between caressing and impertinence. "I've had one," returned Charles, also aside. "Yes," said Mrs. Edmonston, going on with her own thoughts. "Unless there had been a great fund of real goodness, he would never have felt so deeply. Indeed, even when I best liked Philip, I never thought him capable of such repentance as he has shown." "If mamma wants to like him very much," said Charlotte, "I think she has only to look at our other company." "Aye," said Charles, "we want no more explanation of the tone of the thank you with which he answered the offer to invite his sister." "One comfort is, she can't stay long. She has got a committee meeting for the Ladies' Literacy and Scientific Association, and must go home for it the day after to-morrow," said Charlotte. "If you are very good, perhaps she will give you a ticket, Charlotte," said her brother, "and another for bustle." Mrs. Henley was, meanwhile, highly satisfied with the impression she thought she was making on her aunt's family, especially on Charles and Charlotte. The latter she patronized, to her extreme though suppressed indignation, as a clever promising girl; the former she discovered to be a very superior young man, a most valuable assistant to her brother in his business, and her self-complacency prevented her from finding out how he was playing her off, whenever neither Philip nor Laura were at hand to be hurt by it. She thought Laura a fine-looking person, like her own family, and fit to be an excellent lady of the house, and in spite of the want of fortune, she perceived that her brother's choice had been far better than if he had married that poor pale little Amabel, so silent and quiet that she could never make a figure anywhere, and had nothing like the substantive character that her brother must have in a wife. Could Mrs. Henley have looked behind the scenes, she would have marvelled. "One kiss for mamma, one for papa," was Amy's half-uttered morning greeting, as she lifted from her cot her little one with cheeks flushed by sleep. Morning and evening Amy spoke these words, and was happy in the double kiss that Mary had learnt to connect with them; happy too in holding her up to the picture and saying "Papa," so that his child might never recollect a time when he had not been a familiar and beloved idea. A little play with the merry child, then came Anne to take her away, and with a suppressed sigh Amabel dressed for the first time without her weeds, which she had promised to leave off on Laura's wedding day. "No, I will not sigh," she thought. "It does not put me further from him. He would be more glad than any one this day, and so I must show some sign of gladness." So she put on such a dress as would be hers for life, black silk and face cap over her still plain hair. Then with real pleasure she put on Charlie's bracelet and the silver brooch, which she had last worn the evening when the echoes of Rocora had answered Guy's last chant. Soon she was visiting Laura, cheering her, soothing the agitation, helping her to dress in her bridal array, much plainer than Amy's own had been, for it had been the especial wish of both herself and Philip that their wedding should be as quiet and unlike Guy's as possible. Then Amabel was running downstairs to see that all was right, thinking the breakfast table looked dull and forlorn, and calling Charlotte to help her make it appear a little more festal, with the aid of some flowers. Charlotte wondered to see that she had forgotten how much she shunned flowers last summer, for there she was flitting from one old familiar plant to another in search of the choicest, arranging little bouquets with her own particular grace and taste, and putting them by each person's place, in readiness to receive them. It was as if no one else could smile that morning, except Mr. Edmonston, who was so pleased to see her looking cheerful in her altered dress, that he kissed her repeatedly, and confidently told Mrs. Henley that his little Amy was a regular darling, the sweetest girl in the world, poor dear, except Laura. Mrs. Henley, in the richest of all silks, looked magnificent and superior. Mrs. Edmonston had tears in her eyes, and attended to every one softly and kindly, without a word. Charlotte was grave, helpful, and thoughtful; Charles watching every one, and intent on making things smooth. Laura looked fixed in the forced composure which she had long ago learnt, and Philip, it was late before he appeared at all, and when he came down, there was nothing so plainly written on his face as headache. It was so severe that the most merciful thing was to send him to lie on the sofa in the dressing-room. Amabel said she would fetch him some camphor, and disappeared, while Laura sat still with her forced composure. Her father fidgeted, only restrained by her presence from expressing his fears that Philip was too unwell for the marriage to take place to-day, and Charles talked cheerfully of the great improvement in his general health, saying this was but a chance thing, and that on the whole he might be considered as quite restored. Mrs. Henley listened and answered, but could not comprehend the state of things. Breakfast was over when she heard Amabel speaking to Laura in the anteroom. "It will go off soon. Here's a cup of hot coffee for you to take to him. I'll call you when it is time to go." Amabel and Charlotte were very busy looking after Laura's packing up, and putting all that was wanted into the carriage, in which the pair were to set off at once from church, without returning to Holywell. At the last moment she went to warn Philip it was time to go, if he meant to walk to church alone, the best thing for his head. "It is better," said Laura, somewhat comforted. "Much better for your bathing, thank you," said Philip, rising. Then, turning to Amy, "Do I wish you good-bye now?" No, I shall see you at church, unless you don't like to have my blackness there." "Would we not have our guardian angel, Laura?" said Philip. "You know he would better have been there," said Amy. "No one would have been more glad, so thank you for letting me come." "Thank you for coming," said Laura, earnestly. "It is a comfort." They left her, and she stood a few moments to enjoy the solitude, and to look from the window at her little girl, whom she had sent out with Anne. She was just about to open the window to call to her, and make her look up with one of her merry shouts of "Mamma," when Philip came out at the garden door, and was crossing the lawn. Mary was very fond of him, flattered by the attention of the tallest person in the house, and she stretched her arms and gave a cry of summons. Amabel watched him turn instantly, take her from her nurse, and hold her in a close embrace, whilst her little round arms met round his neck. She was unwilling to be restored to Anne, and when he left she looked up in his face, and unprompted, held up to him primroses and violets in her hand. These flowers were in his coat when Amabel saw him again at church, and she knew that this spontaneous proof of affection from Guy's little unconscious child was more precious to him than all the kindnesses she could bestow. Little space was there for musing, for it was high time to set off for the church. Mary Ross met the party at the wicket of the churchyard, and took Charles on her arm, and by look and sign inquired for Amy. "Bright outwardly," he answered, "and I think so inwardly. Nothing does her so much good as to represent him. Did you wonder to see her?" "No," said Mary, "I thought she would come. It is the crowning point of his forgiveness." "Such forgiveness that she has forgotten there is anything to forgive," said Charles. Philip Morville and Laura Edmonston stood before Mr. Ross. It was not such a wedding as the last. There was more personal beauty, but no such air of freshness, youth, and peace. He was, indeed, a very fine-looking man, his countenance more noble than it had ever been, though pale, and not only betraying the present suffering of the throbbing, burning brow, but with the appearance of a careworn, harassed man, looking more as if his age were 35 than 28. And she, in her plain white muslin and quiet bonnet, was hardly bridal looking in dress, and so it was with her face, still beautiful and brilliant in complexion, but with the weight of care permanent on it, and all the shades of feeling concealed by a fixed command of countenance, unable, however, to hide the oppression of dejection and anxiety. Yet to the eyes that only beheld the surface, there was nothing but prosperity and happiness in a marriage between a pair who had loved so long and devotedly, and after going through so much for each other's sake, were united at length with wealth, honor, and distinction before them. His health was re-established, and the last spring had proved that his talents would place him in such a position as had been the very object of his highest hopes. Was not everything here for which the fondest and most aspiring wishes could seek? Yet for the very reason that there was sadness in almost every heart, not one tear was shed. Mrs. Edmonston's thoughts were less engrossed with the bride than with the young slender figure in black, standing in her own drooping way, her head bent down, and the fingers of her right hand clasping tight her wedding ring through her white glove. The service was over. Laura hung round her mother's neck in an ardent embrace. "Your pardon, mamma. I see it all now." Poor thing! She had too much failed in a daughter's part to go forth from her home with the clear, loving, hopeful heart her sister had carried from it. Mrs. Edmonston's kiss was a full answer, however, a kiss unlike what had been with all her efforts for many and many a month. "Amy, pray that it may not be visited," were the last words breathed to her sister, as they were pressed in each other's arms. Philip scarcely spoke, only met their kindnesses with grateful gestures and looks, and brief replies, and the parting was hastened that he might as soon as possible be at rest. His only voluntary speech was as he bade farewell to Amabel. "My sister now." "And his brother," she answered. "Good-bye." As soon as Amabel was alone in the carriage with Charles, she leant back and gave way to a flood of tears. "Amy, has it been too much?" "No," she said, recovering herself, "but I am so glad. It was his chief desire. Now everything he wished is fulfilled." "And you are free of your great charge. He has been a considerable care to you, but now he is safe on Laura's hands, and well and satisfactory, so you have no care but your daughter, and we settle into our home life." Amabel smiled. "Amy, I do wish I was sure you are happy." "Yes, dear Charlie, Indeed I am. You are all so very kind to me, and it is a blessing, indeed, that my own dear home can open to take in me and baby. You know he liked giving me back to you. And it is happiness, not only thinking it ought to be. Don't let me tease you, Amy. Don't answer if you had rather not. Thank you, Charlie. It is happiness. It must be when I remember how very happy he used to be, and there can be nothing to spoil it. When I see how all the duties of his station worry and perplex Philip, I am glad he was spared from it, and had all his freshness and brightness his whole life. It beams out on me more now, and it was such perfect happiness while I had him here, and it is such a pleasure and honour to be called by his name. Besides, there's baby. Oh, Charlie, I must be happy. I am. Do believe it. Indeed, you know that I have you and mamma and all too. And, Charlie, I think he made you all precious to me all over again by the way he loved you all, and sent me back, to you especially. Yes, Charlie, you must not fancy I grieve. I am very happy, for he is, and all that I have is made bright and precious by him. Yes, he said, looking at her as the colour had come into her face, and she looked perfectly lovely with eager, sincere happiness, one of her husband's sweetest looks reflected on her face. Altogether such a picture of youth, joy, and love as had not been displayed by the bride that morning. Amy, I don't believe anything could make you long unhappy. Nothing but my own fault. Nothing else can part me from him, she whispered, almost to herself. Yes, no one else has such a power of making happy, said Charles, thoughtfully. Amy, I really don't know whether even you owe as much to your husband as I do. You were good for something before, but when I look back on what I was when first he came, I know that his leading, unconscious as it was, brought out the stifled good in me. What a wretch I should have been, what a misery to myself, and to you all by this time. And now, I verily believe, that since he let in the sunlight from heaven on me, I am better off than if I had as many legs as other people. Better off? Yes. Nobody else lives in such an atmosphere of petting, and has so little to plague them. Nobody else has such a mamma, to say nothing of silly little Amy, or Charlotte, or Mrs. Morville. And as to being of no use, which I used to pine about, why, when the member for Morworth governs the country, I mean to govern him. I am sure you are of wonderful use to every one, said Amabel. Neither Philip nor papa could get on without you to do their writing for them. Besides, I want you to help me when baby grows older. That is the laudable result of that great book on education I saw you reading the other day, said Charles. Why don't you borrow a few hints from Mrs. Henley? Amy's clear, playful laugh was just what it used to be. It's all settled then, that you go on with us. Not that I ever thought you were going to do anything so absurd as to set up for yourself, you silly little woman, but it seems to be considered right to come to a formal settlement about such a grand personage as my Lady Morville. Yes, it was better to come to an understanding, said Amabel. It was better that papa should make up his mind to see that I can't turn into a young lady again. You see, Charlotte will go out with him and be the Miss Edmonston for the company, and he is so proud of her liveliness and how pretty she is growing, so that will keep him from being vexed. So now you see I can go on my own way, attend to baby, and take Laura's business about the school, and keep out of the way of company. So that is very nice and comfortable. That is the very thing that Guy wished. Amabel's life is here pretty well shown. That of Philip and Laura may be guessed at. He was a distinguished man, one of the most honoured and respected in the country, admired for his talents and excellence, and regarded universally as highly prosperous and fortunate, the pride of all who had any connection with him. Yet it was a harassed, anxious life, with little of repose or relief, and Laura spent her time between watching him and tending his health, and in the cares and representation befitting her situation, with little space for domestic pleasure and home comfort, knowing her children more intimately through her sister's observation than through her own. Perfect and devoted as ever was their love, and they were thought most admirable and happy people. There was some wonder at his being a grave, melancholy man, when he had all before him so richly to enjoy, contrary to every probability when he began life. Still there was one who could never understand why others should think him stern and severe, and why even his own children should look up to him with love that partook of distant awe and respect, one to whom he never was otherwise than indulgent, nay, almost reverential, in the gentleness of his kindness. And that was Mary Verena Morville. End of Chapter 44. An End of The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte Yonge.